Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and now I'm back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. That sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course, where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coat rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
Hey, FYF Sports Medicine, man. We back, man. Another live stream, man. He's giving y'all that content. Salute to King Rowe, man. King Rowe. He's starting it off with fire, man. He says, y'all scared to GOAT coming back to set you Bronisha straight. Why wouldn't we invite Jordan back? Brandon Cass says the motion offense isn't working against Minnesota, Lamont. The only thing that's not working versus Minnesota is the fact that Steph Curry's hurt. I don't know what you expect to work when Steph Curry ain't there. The whole Golden State system is predicated around Steph Curry being on the floor, the greatest shooter of this that the world has ever seen. But secondly, what do you mean their motion offense isn't working? Are you talking about their split actions? Their split actions are working just fine. It just don't look as good when you don't have Steph Curry out there. When you got Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler and Kevin Looney, three guys that probably shoot below 25% from the three-point line, what the hell else do you expect? Like, y'all be acting like y'all have these grandioso takes when the obvious is just sitting right in front of us. The only team that's done the unexplainable is the New York Knicks prior to Jason Tatum getting hurt. And none of y'all predicted that. Even people like King Rowe, when King Rowe was on this channel, I said, King Rowe, do you have the balls? This is what we asked him. I said, do you have the balls to predict the Knicks will beat the Celtics? Be a fan. Give us your take. King Rowe treaded on a very fine line, man. I don't know, man. I think he's not a real fan, man. They're too scared to put out real takes. And now what King Rowe is going to pretend to do is he's going to act like he predicted this Celtics thrashing all along. When you set up on this panel and you flipped and you fathered and you really couldn't make a pick when it was time for you to be a fan of your team and tell everybody why the Knicks would beat the Celtics, all you did was sit up here and told it like, well, I don't know. I just think this and that. You're not, you guys, all you do is you sit back in the shadows, just like I said before, and you sit there and pray and hope that your take was right. Brandon Cass says that was a dumb take by Lamont. The Knicks were only winning before Tatum got hurt. What are you talking about? I never had a take, Brandon. We're literally talking about King Rowe's speech. What are you talking about, Brandon? Brandon, whatever pills they give you for autism, go take them. Whatever medicine they give you for autism, go take that shit. Jesus Christ, man. How do y'all start the day off, man? Like this, man. I mean, how do y'all not have y'all fresh cup of coffee, being locked in, laser focused, ready to think? Yes, sir. Friend and Frank, yeah. And we need more people that can really zap them spammers up out of here when the spammers come through. Like Bobby D, man. Look at Bobby D. But yeah, like I mean, Brandon, you pay, I mean, it's very obvious that you are a public defender. You pay very little attention to detail, man. You do not pay attention to detail at all. Again, and salute to Ricky E245, man. Let me get to Ricky E245 because we always got to get to the super chats first. Ricky E245, one of the biggest supporters of the channel, comes through with the first super chat of the day. And he says, happy belated birthday, man. As many of you guys, some of you guys may or may not know, my birthday was this past Saturday, May 10th. It was a good day, man. It was a good day. So salute to Ricky E245 coming through with the birthday super chat. If any of you guys want to send your birthday well wishes, man, super chat is right there, man. Show some love to your boy. And you know, show some love. Yes, sir, man. The Taurus, man. Why do you think we so intelligent, man? Thank you. They hit Eli, man. Salute to hardworking ENT, man. Salute to Shedrick Clark, man. Oh, yeah, a lot of the OGs. Salute to Moose Talks Hoops. Make sure y'all check out Moose Talks Hoops, man. I mean, you talk about one of the hottest up-and-coming creators, man. You know, knows how to talk the game, non-biased, right? Doesn't go for a lot of the BS. Salute to to Moose Talk to. Make sure y'all go check out his channel. And when I tell y'all to check out his channel, don't necessarily just click the link. Don't click his channel name and go there and subscribe. What y'all want to do, man, especially to help all content creators out, is go to the search bar, type the channel name in, and then click on it. Small stuff like that, man, has significant impact on channel visibility, man. So y'all make sure y'all go check out Moose Talks. Salute to Dontre Smith with the birthday well wishes to FYF Sports, man. Much appreciated. Yes, sir. Hardworking Taurus, man. We elite. What we got to talk about today is something that is not getting reported on. I'm baffled, like with all of the news and the fanfare around Michael Jordan making his return to the NBA. One of my subscribers from Chicago sent me a very interesting article from the Chicago Tribune. Brandon, I guess if I am Brandon, I'll rock with that. I got nothing against autistic people, Brandon. I was only telling you to go take your medicine, Brandon, because you show very exemplified signs of some type of disability. You don't listen very well. You don't know how to stop talking. You have no respect for others. And at your age, I can only surmise that it's due to some type of disability. And we're not going to kick you off. We're not going to ban you. We're not going to treat you like these other platforms. We're going to be more accepting of you. So if you want us to be autistic with you, Brandon, if it makes you feel more inclusive, we are all today autistic with Brandon. Can we do that for Brandon today, y'all? Yes, I just started to stream. I haven't even gotten to the meat and bones of what we're going to talk about today. I haven't even touched on it yet. But what we got to... I came across this information. And I just cannot believe that channels like Dreamers Pro, channels like Ticket TV, channels like Carsino for Life, channels like Scap Attack, Jason Whitlock, ain't none of them talking about this. And the best thing about this, y'all, is that it's from Michael Jordan himself. I'm going to get to this article real quick, and then we are going to drop the link immediately after. We're not going to waste no time. We're going to go through the whole article. I'm going to post a link to the article in the chat so you guys can go directly to it yourself. All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this in here. Because you guys are not going to believe what I came across, man. Asante L says, what up, Lamont? If you want me to snipe the trollers and the spammers, I'll put them in timeout. I got you, Asante L. You know what, Asante? I think it's time for you to become a mod, man. Asante L been one of the low-key OGs of the channel, man. Just kind of low-key in the shadows, but he been here. I got to give him his props. And Twain Gant. Like, it's a lot. Some of y'all that been here, sometimes y'all just kind of whipped in the shadows, which is cool. You know? Where's Asante L? There he is. There y'all go right there. So now we got two more shooters that can snipe the spammers and the trollers and whatnot. Now remember, it's not for people like Brandon. Let people like Brandon say what they need to say in the chat, man. It's really for like the annoying spammers that just come through doing the BS in the chat, just being disruptive so people can't get their little spills and takes off. All right. But we got to get to an article. I'm about to share this article. I'm going to put it on the screen. And we got to get to the information because no one is talking about this. And you would think when Michael Jordan speaks, Jordan fans listen. You would think when Michael Jordan opens his mouth, Jordan fans are going to be all ears. There was a very peculiar article from a Chicago Tribune writer that just came out. But nobody's talking about it. We're about to put it on the screen here to show y'all. All right, let me put this on the big screen. It says Lamont versus Scap Attack versus Skip Bayless debate on Michael Jordan will be fire. Skip Bayless does not know enough basketball to debate me. If Skip Bayless is constantly looking down at note cards, trying to do the GOAT debate with randoms. I told y'all, coming soon. It's coming in 5 days, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know now. I'm gonna do a whole live stream on it when it comes out. Hardback copy, and I'm only doing hardback copies. There are not going to be any digital copies available. The reason why I don't want any digital copies available is because there's a lot of people that don't like reading. I'm only releasing hard copies of this book because I want you guys to buy the book and I want you guys to actually open the book and read it. But I'm releasing a 40-chapter book on the GOAT debate. I'm not giving y'all any tidbits on what it's going to be about. We're going to do a live stream specifically for that later. In about 4 to 5 days, this book will be released. And Tyson, you haven't missed anything yet. We haven't even got to the meat and bones of the show. We're about to literally put it on the screen right now. But what we're talking about, y'all, is an article that was written. It was an article that was written by a Chicago Tribune sports writer. He's written for the Chicago Tribune for over 20 years. He's written for the Chicago Tribune for over 20 years, y'all. I'm going to put the link to the article in the chat as soon as we get through it, in case you guys want to read it yourself. Let me share my screen. Michael Jordan breaks his silence. NBA legend joins NBC to confront the toxic legacy of his own fans. When I saw this title, I'm like, who wrote this? So as I started reading, y'all, it's written by Elliot Barnes of the Chicago Tribune right here. We're going to go through this. We're going to go through the whole article. We're not going to skip over anything, because when I started reading this, I said, this is crazy. It says, Elliot Barnes, Chicago Tribune, and he starts with a quote. The quote says, "You know it's gotten bad when the guy they worship the most has to come down and tell them to shut up and enjoy the damn game." Uh-oh, he said enlarge my screen. Hold on. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me enlarge my screen, y'all. My bad. Okay, this might be better right here. All right, this should be better. All right, this should be better right here. All right, so it starts off by saying, you know it's gotten bad when the guy that they worship the most has to come down and tell them to shut up and enjoy the damn game. That quote from a longtime friend of Michael Jordan and frequent golfing partner might seem harsh, but it encapsulates the jaw-dropping development unfolding behind the scenes in professional basketball. It says, according to multiple high-ranking NBC executives and sources close to the Jordan camp, the greatest basketball player of all time will return to the spotlight in a way few expected, not to celebrate the past, but to confront the mythology that's held the modern game hostage. It further goes on to state, Michael Jordan is joining NBC Sports as a special contributor, and it was his idea. It says, after NBC finalized this multi-billion-dollar deal to re-enter the NBA broadcast space beginning in 2025, executives were shocked when they were contacted not by Jordan's agent, but by Jordan himself. He didn't just want a paycheck or to show up a few times, said an NBC senior producer familiar with discussions. He wanted to be involved. He had a vision, and it had nothing to do with nostalgia. Frankly, it took us a minute to realize what he was really trying to do. These are quotes from a producer at NBC. It says, according to multiple insiders, Jordan is not returning to television to relive his 6 championships, nor to prop up the endless GOAT debate that fueled ESPN. Or fueled ESPN, YouTube debates, and barbershops for 2 decades. Instead, Jordan is coming back to dismantle the toxic narrative surrounding his name. And when I first heard toxic narrative surrounding his name, I thought it was like the stuff with his son. Like, obviously, we know how TMZ and the media ran with all of the stuff with his son and Larsa Pippen, and people have kind of been muddying up Jordan's name because it's gotten mixed in with all types of TMZ level labeled topics. But look how this continues. It says, Mike thinks the game has evolved. It says one longtime associate shared under condition of anonymity, but his fans haven't, and he sees that as a real problem. Another quote, they act like I played every year, every game. I didn't. The narrative surrounding Jordan has often painted him as flawless, as the flawless embodiment of basketball perfection, undefeated in the finals, unmatched in competitiveness, the standard by which all must be measured. And while Jordan never shied from competition, he now believes that this one-dimensional portrayal has done more harm than good. He says, Jordan is not talking in this article. There are quotes in this. Let me get through the article, Wally. Why y'all getting mad at me? Because I'm just reading the article. Now y'all getting mad at me. This is not a Jordan hit piece. This was written by a 20-year Chicago Tribune writer. Why would a Chicago Tribune writer want to put out a hit piece on Michael Jordan? This is actually quoting Jordan and Jordan's friends and associates. It says right here, and while Jordan never shied away from competition, he now believes that this one-dimensional portrayal has done more harm than good. He said, according to an NBC source, it says, he said it before in private, said the NBC source, that the narrative of 6-0 has become toxic. That's what it says. According to an NBC source, it ignores his losses. It ignores the teams that helped him get there. And worst of all, it punishes the greatness of today just because it's different. Jordan's new NBC role, while still being finalized, will reportedly include long-form sit-down interviews with current stars, feature breakdowns of past versus present play styles, and a multi-part special examining how basketball greatness has evolved since the 1990s. It says this isn't about just showing old clips. Another insider said, this is Mike trying to reframe the conversation. He is coming to set the record straight. It says some of Jordan's most loyal fans are already spinning the news as a victory lap for nostalgia, but they couldn't be more wrong. Mike told us flat out. Listen to what it says. It says, Mike told us flat out, says an associate close to the production. If hearing it from him is what it takes for these fans to stop disrespecting guys like LeBron, Steph, or even Harden, then so be it. He wants the game to move forward. This sentiment comes as a thunderous rebuke to an online subculture of Jordan defenders who have for years attacked every flaw of the modern game and held every superstar to impossible standards. Another quote from a longtime friend of Jordan says, fandom has gotten so warped, said a longtime friend. They hate today's game, but still watch every second. Doesn't that sound familiar? They said it's not physical enough, but they ignore how advanced players have become. And they use Jordan like a weapon in every conversation. It's delusional. Look, y'all, Brandon, can I just read the article? Why y'all getting mad at me? Because I'm reading an article from a Chicago trip. This is not, Brandon, this is not the other public defender sitting next to you that's not very credible. This is Elliot Barnes, a 20-year writer of the Chicago Tribune. Now, all of a sudden, and what makes it even more credible is he's not from Cleveland. He's not a LeBron stan. He's right from Chicago, Illinois, and he writes for the Chicago Tribune, and he's been doing it for 20 years. Why y'all getting mad at me for reading something from a Chicago Tribune writer? It says NBC executives initially wary of bringing Jordan on board in a high-profile role now see his involvement as a seismic opportunity to reframe how basketball history is discussed and respected. In the wake of Michael Jordan's announcement to join NBC Sports as a special contributor for NBA coverage, fan reactions have been swift and varied. While many celebrate the return of basketball legend to the broadcasting realm, others express skepticism about the implications of his involvement. And that was according to the U.S. Sun. One post from somebody on Twitter, it's an image thinker, he posted, he's probably just there to remind everyone he's still the GOAT while sipping a drink with a smug smile. You know he'll drop I do this job, but I'm too busy winning championships in the first 5 minutes. That was an NBA fan on Twitter. Some fans, it says, view Jordan's return as a nostalgic nod to the NBA's past, anticipating a resurgence of 90s era glory. That's what y'all hoping for. Another post on Twitter X. First Brady, now Jordan. All the GOATs are picking up a mic, one fan replied on X. Others, however, question the motivation behind Jordan's new role, suggesting financial incentives or a desire to reassert the legacy. That's according to the Times of India. Another post from Essentially Sports says he's either bored or hurting for money. This is how delusional some of them are on Twitter, hurting for money. Speculated another user, reflecting a degree of cynicism about the announcement. Amid the mixed reactions, some fans expressed hope that Jordan's presence will elevate the quality of NBA commentary. Another quote from Essentially Sports. Finally, a real analyst that actually knows the game of basketball and not bums like Kendrick Perkins and that Stephen A. Smith. That's what one fan commented, anticipating more insightful analysis. This sentiment, echoed by fans on social media, captures the initial excitement surrounding Jordan's announcement to join NBC as a special contributor. For many, It's a nostalgic return to the golden era of basketball broadcasting. However, not all reactions were purely celebratory. Some fans expressed skepticism about Jordan's motivation, suggesting financial incentives or a desire to reassert his legacy. Amidst mixed reactions, a significant portion of the fan base anticipates Jordan's involvement will reinforce the narratives that have long dominated basketball discourse. These fans hope that his presence will validate their views on supremacy of the 90s era and the perceived shortcomings of today's NBA. It says, as the NBA community awaits further detail about Jordan's role, the diverse fan response underscores the complexity of his legacy and the high expectations that accompany any endeavor he undertakes. Brandon says Lamont is getting played. No, Lamont is just reading. Why can't I read? Hey, Brandon, we haven't even got through the article. Why y'all getting mad? Because it's just the article, y'all. Why y'all getting mad at the article? This comes from a celebrated writer who's been writing in Chicago for 20 years. Why should I not trust him? If Brandon, like people like Brandon, I when y'all come up here, I beg for y'all to show me y'all credentials. What makes you credible? Are you a writer? Are you affiliated or connected with anyone in Chicago? What makes you credible and credible enough to say that this article isn't credible? Because people like you, Brandon, like this man, we know what he does. I mean, last week, Brandon, I heard you got 4 dudes bopped for 50 years. And, all they got caught was with a dime sack. They didn't get caught with much of nothing. Let's follow this up. It says, the need for correction isn't just about tone. Hold on. Jordan's new initiative comes at a time when social media has amplified some of the worst misinformation in basketball culture. Mike laughs at half this stuff, an insider said. He knows what it takes to play 20 years. He respects LeBron a lot more than most people know. And yet, the loudest voices in the Jordan fan base refuse to engage with facts, choosing instead to protect a legacy Jordan himself no longer views as infallible. The GOAT debate is toxic because it's not a debate, said a retired coach and Jordan confidant. It's a cult. And MJ is tired of being the golden calf. It says Jordan, despite his famously private nature, has long believed in the power of basketball to unify and inspire. But he sees the current landscape as fragmented, obsessed with past ghosts rather than present greatness. A quote, it says, this era has some of the most skilled players we've ever seen. He reportedly told one NBC producer. It's time fans started appreciating that. He is said to have singled out not just LeBron, but also Curry, Jokic, Luke, and other generational talents who deserve more than comparison games and straw man arguments. He told me, the source said, if I say it's okay to call these guys great, maybe my fans will listen. Listen, read that again. Jordan said, he told the source, if I say it's okay to call these guys great, maybe my fans will listen. Maybe they will stop. Maybe then they'll stop tearing the game down. It says in another quote, if kids are soft, what does it make the parents who raised them? This rhetorical question reportedly posed by Jordan in private. Listen to this question, y'all. If kids are soft, what does that make the parents who raised them? This rhetorical question reportedly posed by Jordan in private conversation challenges the generational criticisms often levied against current NBA players. It underscores the need for introspection among fans who idolize past eras while dismissing the present. As a lifelong Chicagoan and some who grew up idolizing number 23, this development prompts a personal reckoning. I, too, have been guilty of romanticizing the past and undervaluing the present. Jordan's return isn't just a media event. It's a call to re-examine our perceptions and biases. In embracing this new role, Jordan isn't merely revisiting his legacy. He's challenging us to evolve the game. It's an invitation to appreciate the greatness of today's players without the shadows of yesteryear's clouding judgment. If this is my legacy, Jordan reportedly told one associate, I want it to be one that builds the game, not boxes it in. Perhaps it's time we heed this call. Elliot Barnes is a senior sports columnist with the Chicago Tribune and has covered the NBA for over 2 decades. Hey, man. Oh, man. Anybody wants to read the article, I'll put the link in the chat if anybody really wants it. I don't believe a lot of JDR fans read, but if you guys do read, I'll put the link in the chat. Uh-oh, we got King Rowe speech trying to tell us what Jordan will say. This is King Rowe trying to speak for Jordan again. Jordan has already spoken for himself. Jordan has already spoken for himself, King Rowe. We don't need very uncredible people like you speaking for Jordan. We got people from the Chicago Tribune who can speak for Jordan much better than you. Much more in a much more factual manner. You don't know what Jordan will call the Celtics. Y'all keep saying all this stuff, Jordan. How do we know Jordan will say 63 is just bad? Jordan is Jason Tatum's mentor. And Jason Tatum has not stopped shooting threes. So you don't know what Jordan, because when I told y'all Jordan was Jason Tatum's mentor, y'all got mad. And y'all tried to speak for Jordan and say Jordan wouldn't want him shooting all those threes. And Jason Tatum still proceeds to call Jordan after every game, and he still proceeds to shoot all these threes. But y'all get mad at me. Look, man, Jordan has now spoken, man. Through people close to Jordan, from producers in NBC, Jordan's return to the NBA is essentially to make the JDRs and the Zesty Jeffries, as GOAT James Kingdom calls them, shut the hell up. Y'all getting mad because Jordan, y'all so crazy and delusional that Jordan now has to target the Zesty Jeffries himself. Do you know how bad of a fan base you have to be to make the very guy that you're cheering for have to come down from his mantle just to correct all of your wrongs? Do you know? Do you know how horrible you are? Do you know how do you know how bad you are? How am I drunk? I just read an article. Here, I'll put the link for you in there. Oh, Bob. Hold on. Oh, here it is right here. Man, I feel bad for y'all. I'm about to drop the link, and we're going to bring y'all up here to cook, man. We're going to drop this link. 1 second, y'all. Let me put this in the chat for anybody that wants to check out the article. And we're going to drop this link so y'all can come up here and give me y'all thoughts, man. Why do y'all feel Jordan needs to course correct Jordan fans? What have you Jordan fans went so far afoul on? How have y'all went so far off tangent that Jordan himself has to join NBC just to course correct all of y'all delusion? And I implored y'all, please don't come up here trying to discredit the article unless you yourself can show me credentials that show me that you are more credible than a Chicago Tribune sports writer. Crying about the content don't make the content wrong. Just because you don't like it, don't make it wrong. That's just you getting mad. And a lot of y'all feel like it's aimed probably at you. I mean, they can Eminem ATL, they can try. I mean, really, to be honest, Eminem ATL, that's the only option that they have. The article in and of itself was very straightforward. It cited multiple sources. I can tell you all the sources that it cited. It cited Chicago Tribune. It cited Essentially Sports. It cited NBC, multiple NBC producers, and multiple Michael Jordan associates. Brandon says, this is a clown show. But you keep coming back to the same clown show. You keep showing up to the same clown show party. You keep typing in the same clown show chat. Okay, Brandon, you're talking about why you don't think the article is credible. I don't believe that a Chicago Tribune sports writer would lie. But Brandon, you would lie. You have all the reason in the world to lie. You don't have anything in jeopardy for lying, Brandon. You can come up here and lie on these players. You can say anything. You can be borderline racist, and you have nothing in jeopardy because you have nothing going on in life. If you are a professional writer, your whole credibility as a writer is on the line. Now the Chicago, I've never heard you say this. Now, all of a sudden today, the Chicago Tribune is trash. And it's trash because you said it, Brandon. You got to stop crying about the content just because you don't agree with it. This article cited multiple things. Well, the Times of India was just a quote from they were the ones that quoted a fan tweet. So when we talk about what NBC producers said or didn't say, the Times of India only quoted something about a tweet or something. There are multiple things covered in this article. All right, y'all. Let's see if anybody wants to hit the link, man. We got a few people in here, man. Hit the link. Who wants to come up, man? And who wants to really address this article, man? Link is in the chat, y'all. And while y'all at it, make sure y'all check us out on Twitch as well. Make sure y'all check us out on Twitch. FYF Sports, very easy to find. Trying to really build up that platform over there. And as we progress through this stream today, if you want, and GoCast Hoop says I'm stuck at work, that's fine, man. If you just want to watch from the shadows, that's fine as well. All right, I see a couple people in the backstage, man. You got to turn your camera on, my guy. Turn your camera on, or I'm gonna have to boot you. Well, no, it says connect your audio. Most of MJ's quotes were for ones in bold letters. And man, look, man. I mean, look, man. Yeah, the quote, it is what it is. It's sourced. It's sourced. I trust it. Just because it doesn't align with what y'all think Jordan should come back and do with NBC, don't get mad at me. Bob the Builder says, can you break down NHL games? Yes. I'll break down NHL games for people that support the channel, and if you truly want it. So Bob the Builder, hit the super chat, hit the Cash App. If you truly want it, we'll start covering NHL games. All right. But we're not going to cover NHL games for random lone subscribers who show up sparingly and don't really contribute to the content of the channel. Bob the Builder. If you truly want hockey, show me you want some hockey. I got you. FYF Sports, the facts beating the JDRs, they get mad at me because all I did was read an article. It's the article. The article is what it is. I mean, we got some of y'all coming in the backstage with broken mics. Y'all audio won't connect, man. If y'all gonna come up here, man, come up here, man. Get y'all phones and y'all StreamYards in order, man. No, the NHL is not bad. It's just not nothing that I cover. He says, did Lou Dort save SGA's legacy? No, I wouldn't say Lou Dort did. SGA had a hell of a game yesterday. I mean, him and Jokic was battling. You can't do nothing about that. That was a hell of a game. I think the biggest disappointment in this series to me has been Jamal Murray. I mean, Jamal Murray is a man that when he gets going, it almost makes Denver look unstoppable. But Jamal Murray has been a turnover merchant. He's lacking confidence. I don't know what it is. Because I was at the gym hooping yesterday, and I'm at the gym, I'm watching Jamal Murray play, and I'm like, if this were the Los Angeles Lakers, this man would have 60. It's like he chooses what teams to turn it off against. And it's not like Denver is doing anything special to slow him up. I mean, they're guarding him with one man, and they're letting him get whatever he wants off pick and rolls. He's picking up his dribble. He's passing up open shots. He's driving into traffic, taking tough shots. Right? He's not driving to score. He's driving to get fouled. He's playing soft. Remember when I had that debate on Player's Choice with Ticket TV? Ticket TV said Jokic and Murray were the best duo in the NBA. This is why I said they're not the best duo. It's a reason why Murray hasn't made an All-Star game. It's a reason why he's not that dude. But when y'all see that Denver wins a championship, I said that's Denver winning a championship on the coattails of Nikola Jokic. That's not Denver winning a championship because of an elite duo. That's Denver winning a championship because of Nikola Jokic and Nikola Jokic alone. So, I mean, Jamal Murray is going to happen when you got Nikola Jokic dropping another 40-point game. I mean, what more can you ask Nikola Jokic to be? I mean, he literally laid it all out there, Now, could he have been better in the game before in Denver? Yeah, he could have been better. But now they got some significant work to do. And guys like Michael Porter Jr., who's completely disappeared. Obviously, he has the shoulder injury. Murray, I don't know what he has going on, but he's been too passive, and he's forcing Jokic to have to carry too much of the weight. And Aaron Gordon has essentially been the number 2 of this team, the only other guy that's kind of showing up. But there's really only so much you can get out of a guy in Aaron Gordon. I mean, he's truly your number 3 or 4 option. That's what he's supposed to be. But when Aaron Gordon has to step up and be your second best scoring threat, what do you expect Nikola Jokic to do? Because OKC's played a very lackluster series. Murray's a good player, never made an All-Star game. There's a reason why he hasn't made an All-Star game. And series like this start to show why. He's just a good number 2 option. but he is not the other half to a dynamic duo. And I told people after they won that championship, I said, don't wait until Jamal Murray shows you who he really is. And you guys start running around calling him trash because he didn't live up to this superstar level that you put him at. He's just a really good player. But the level that they were putting Jamal Murray, saying he was top 10 in the NBA, saying that Nikola Jokic and Murray were the best duo in the league. Look at it now. This don't look like the best duo in the league. It looked like the best player in the league having to carry a whole bunch of other guys along with him. That's all it is. He says, y'all would say the same thing for Trae Young then, right? So what do you mean say the same thing for Trae Young? King Real Speech says, really good player and good supporting cast is all you need. That's not. You need a little bit more than that in today's game. Nikola Jokic showing you that. Yeah, MPJ has just been choking. Why? They've been better just playing Christian Braun. They've been better. At the end of the game, when Michael Porter Jr. missed that three, they would have been better. They played better with Christian Braun in. When they benched Michael Porter Jr. in that last game that Denver won, he can't defend right now. His shoulder hurts, so he can't shoot right now. If he can't shoot, he just completely worthless. Look at Johnny. Johnny said a lot of comments, not a panelist. Hey, Johnny, I'm trying to figure out the same thing. I dropped the link. Hey, Johnny. I promise you I dropped it. Let me make sure I put the right link in here. Hold on. Did I put the right link in here? Brandon Cass says, drop the link, man. Drop the link. He says, get him, Brandon. King Crow speech, man. Stop it, man. King Crow speech, man. How does it feel to finally hop on the Knicks bandwagon without with confidence? King Rose. So now you want to become a Knicks fan when they get up 3-1. That's what you want to do, King Rose speech. Now you want to be a Knicks fan. Oh, we got Brandon up here, y'all. Let's hear it. Brandon's going to get mad at me about the article, y'all. He's going to tell y'all how the Chicago Tribune is trash with no facts to support it. He's going to tell you guys that the Chicago Tribune is going bankrupt and they're now relegated to mostly online writers. He's not going to talk about the merit, the context, or the content of the article itself. The people at NBC who are supporting Jordan and his endeavor to right the wrongs of delusional Jordan. Man. Brandon, talk to the people, man.
Yeah, I noticed you're trying to debate me and back, but here are the facts, okay? So here's what's really happening. You're getting played, Lamont. You're getting played. So LeBron this year, there's no Lakers. Most of the big name players are out. Steph Curry's going to be out. LeBron is out. And so NBA ratings have been down all year. With the exception of the Knicks, most of the big market teams are out. The big market teams are out too. Okay? So what NBC is doing, and you're getting played, is NBC is bringing Michael Jordan in to try and promote the idea that the 90s were not this great romantic time that people say, and team shooting 93-pointers is great. What NBC is doing to try and prop up, it's not a coincidence they're doing this a month before the finals. They're bringing Jordan in to try and prop up the modern game ahead of the conference finals and the finals. Because what you read, that's not what Jordan thinks. And how do I know that? I can go off what Jordan said. Michael Jordan only did The Last Dance because they gave him directorial control. And people like Scottie Pippen and other players like Luke Longley were angry, Lamont. They were angry about the way Jordan did The Last Dance because they said Jordan didn't give his teammates enough credit. I don't agree with that. But Michael Jordan only did The Last Dance when he was given directorial control so he could use that to promote himself as the GOAT. And again, and you have no answer for this. 5 years ago, they asked Michael Jordan about Steph Curry. There's no player who epitomizes the modern game, which is based on three-point shooting and analytics, more than Steph Curry. 5 years ago, they asked Michael Jordan about Steph Curry. Michael Jordan said Steph Curry's not a Hall of Famer. The Hall of Fame is the NBA Hall of Fame is one of the weakest Hall of Fames in all of sports. And Michael Jordan said 5 years ago, Steph Curry's not a Hall of Famer. So Michael Jordan shits on the modern game. Michael Jordan has promoted himself as the GOAT. This article is trash. The NBA, all this article means, and I don't think it's true anyways, but the article is just suggesting that the NBC is bringing Michael Jordan on to try and promote the modern game because they're afraid the TV ratings are NBC is afraid TV ratings are going to implode for the finals without big name stars like LeBron or Steph Curry there. Again, Michael Jordan's been shitting on the modern game for years. He said Steph Curry's not even a Hall of Famer. This article is trash.
Are you done, Brandon?
I'm done.
King
Yeah.
Rowe, what you got for us?
Well, I think NBC is there and Jordan is there to tell better stories about.
You're
the
getting
league.
you're getting played a lot.
I think he's there to tell better stories about the league, and he's not there to be nostalgic. Now he's gonna be there to tell the truth. I don't think Jordan is gonna cap. Again, he is not gonna say taking 63s and making only 15 of them is good basketball. What he's gonna tell you is,
I want you to address the article, King Rowe.
Okay. Well, what in the article am I missing? Like, what am I?
There's a quote right in front of you, right there.
It's okay. It's gotten to be the bad. It's gotten bad when the God they worship has to. But see, okay, this is the thing. No, this is the thing. Chicago Tribune used to kill. See, this is what kills me. They used to kill Jordan. They have to sell papers and get clicks and all the same. They had to sell papers back when we used to buy newspapers. Now they have to get clicks. They used to kill Jordan. So the way that the modern players whine about media coverage, they forget that they killed Jordan. While Jordan was winning their city championships, they killed him. Because guess what? Controversy sells. So, as I said, Jordan's coming there to tell the truth, tell correct stories, tell the league better than, because I think ESPN and Disney has done a terrible job for the last 23 years, and this is the problem. That's just my take on it.
Are you saying they wrote this article for clicks?
Who doesn't?
But how come nobody's talking about it? If they wrote it for clicks, how come nobody's talking about it?
It's because it's crap. Let's keep it real.
Hold on, but when you write, so the one thing that I've noticed though, is that the more factual something is, especially when it alludes to Michael Jordan, the more factual something is, the less people talk about it.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Do we even know what Jordan's role is going to be? Do we know if he's going to come in by satellite?
Well, let's read the screen right here.
Go ahead.
This article seems to have a decent idea. It says right here, they act like I played every year, every game. I didn't. That's a quote from Michael Jordan.
Okay.
And so as it talks right here, it says right here, it says Jordan's new NBC role, while still being finalized, will reportedly include long-form sit-down interviews with current stars, feature breakdowns of past versus present play styles, and a multi-part special examining how basketball greatness has evolved since the 90s.
Okay. Look, what you're saying is he's coming in here, and that's the thing. He's coming in here to shit on his own era and prop up the new era.
No, that's not what he says.
Okay.
According to Michael Jordan, he says, according to Michael Jordan says it's just about moving the game forward. It's exactly what he said in this article. It says right here. It says Mike told us flat out, says an associate close to production. If hearing it from him is what it takes for these fans to stop disrespecting guys like LeBron, Steph, or even Harden, then so be it. He wants the game to move forward. That's an exact quote from a producer with NBC.
Well, okay, and like I said, that's why I said his role will be to tell better stories about the current league. So let's do this. I've said this before. Why is the league about LeBron, Steph, and Curry? I mean, KD.
That's not what he's saying. What he's saying right here. Let's read it again.
Moving the game forward. Right?
It says right here. Let me read, because I'm going to read down to give you some context to this. It says Mike. Hold on one second, King Rowe. You got a little background noise. So I'm going to mute you while I read this. And Hold on. We got plays from CJ was up here, but then plays by CJ. You got to fix your camera or something. Fix your camera or your mic. I'm gonna and it'll let you back up. It says Mike flat out told us, said an associate close to production, if hearing it from him is what it takes for these fans to stop disrespecting guys like LeBron, Steph, or even Harden, then so be it. He wants the game to move forward. This sentiment comes as a thunderous rebuke to the online subculture of Jordan defenders who have for years attacked every flaw of the modern game and held every superstar to impossible standards. Another quote, it says a longtime friend of Michael Jordan. It says fandom has gotten so warped. They hate today's game, but still watch every second.
We don't watch every second. We watch it.
They said it's not physical enough, but they ignore how advanced players have become. And they use Jordan like a weapon in every conversation. It's delusional. Are you guys delusional, King Ro?
No, you know what's delusional? Calling guys like Latrell Sprewell, Mitch Richmond, Glenn Rice, Del Ellis, plumbers. No, Jordan, we're not delusional.
Delusional.
No, he's not. First of all, he's not going. Again, he's not going to lie. He's not going to. Yeah, look, he's not going to get on there and get all nostalgic. He's going to get on there and push the players who do. Because mind you, this league is more.
King Ro, hold on, King Ro. You keep talking around the article, but you're not talking about the article. I don't want you to talk in circles around the article with what you think. I want you to talk about the article. You keep talking about everything else but the article. The article, unfortunately, the unfortunate reality of this article, King Ro, it's about people like you and Brandon. It's aimed directly at y'all. This ain't aimed at LeBron fans.
Propaganda, bro. Propaganda.
Hold on 1 second. Propaganda is not supported with sources. Propaganda is propaganda. Propaganda never is supported by sources. This is NBC producers. This is people, close associates from Michael Jordan and quotes from Michael Jordan himself. That's not propaganda.
Okay, look, let's look at it. If NBC, they paid how much money for the NBA for 13 years? Of course they're going to want people to watch. They're going to want ratings. They want to get return on their investment. So yes, he's going to be there to enhance the game. Look, if I hate everything about today's game, this is what made me come up here. You telling me I'm a Knicks fan all of a sudden. I was a Knicks fan when Sergio Rodriguez was my point guard. Okay, I've been pushing Jalen Brunson to be a superstar for years. Every chat I'm in, oh, he ain't no superstar. Yeah, he's too small, blah, blah, blah. The man scored 102 points in the first 10 games in the fourth quarter. If that ain't a superstar, I don't know what is, because that's a record, by the way. Okay, so my point is the league needs to, first of all, we need to promote more than the 3 old guys, because LeBron will be 41. Steph and what's his name will be 37 next year.
Okay, but talk about the article.
Okay, again, you saying that he's trying to get us to stop being nostalgic, right? That's what we stop being nostalgic, stop bringing up the 90s, stop bringing up 6-0 and this, that, and the third. And I get that part. But then by the same token, yes, look, we had bad teams back then. If they played bad, we called them bad. Like we don't have to praise everything about today's game. There are some things that are really great. Go ahead.
The article says this right here. It says, if the kids are soft, what does that make the parents who raised them? This rhetorical question, reportedly posed by Jordan in a private conversation, challenges the generational criticism often levied against current NBA players. It underscores the need for introspection among fans who idolize past eras while dismissing the present. What do you have to say about that?
Well, then if the kids are saw the parents who raised them or parents that spoiled their kids, and that can happen from generation to generation.
Are your kids about 18, 19, 20?
I got a 1-year-old.
Oh, you got
I'm an old head with a 1-year-old. So but I have raised kids in the past. And I raised them with
you sound like a tough guy. You're not gonna raise that kid up to be soft, right?
No, I'm gonna give him reality. I'm gonna give him every experience that I had.
And if that kid hoops and somehow finds himself in the NBA, you're not gonna call the NBA soft, are you?
Well, I'll tell you this. I don't want to see my son sit out game 2 of the playoffs with turf toe. I know that much. Shout out to the Cavs. Sit out 2 games of the playoffs with turf toe.
Have you had turf toe?
I'm just,
Have you had turf toe?
No, I've never had turf toe. I've never been injured playing hoops. Thank God. And I'm not a softy. I'm a forward.
Hold on. I've had turf toe and couldn't even walk. I've had turf toe that's worse than ankle sprains. I've played through ankle sprains. Turf toe, the problem with turf toe is it's a pain. It's a pain that sits right under your big toe. And as an athlete, especially a basketball player, what toe do you use the most in a stop and go sport?
The big toe.
Your big toe. And when you have turf toe, it's like a stabbing pain right into your big toe. Now, if he's soft for not playing, right? And I'm sure they tried injections. I'm sure they tried everything. You have to have had turf toe to know if it's something you can play through.
I get it.
It's a debilitating injury. It's an annoying injury because there is no cure for it other than time. There's no treatment. You can't ice it. You can't put hot, cold treatment. You can't cryotherapy it.
Put some cotton in the shoe. I don't know. Again, I never had it.
The only thing that fixes turf toe is time. And the problem with turf toe in a stop and go sport, there are some sports where you can possibly get away with it because you're probably playing off your heels and not your toes. But in a sport like basketball, you're playing off your toes.
It's tough.
You're an explosive guard. There's just it's going to extremely limit. So at the end of the day, how can I call somebody soft when one, I've had turf toe, I know the pain of turf toe, right? And we're talking about tough, hard-nosed guards who just won't sit out for no reason.
I get it. Maybe that's a little hard. But again, I grew up when Kevin McHale taped his broken foot to play in the NBA Finals because
but I literally just told you you can play on a sprain. So when you have a sprained ankle, King Rowe, whenever you sprain your ankle,
I get it.
It's essentially a broken foot because whenever you sprain your ankle, something breaks. It's just there are different levels to the break. So
I know.
Sometimes you can have a complete break, which obviously if he had a complete break, he wouldn't be playing. So when they say he had a broken foot, that just essentially means he probably just had a severely sprained ankle, which I just told you, you can hoop on a sprained ankle. It's going to be tough to hoop with turf toe, though.
Look, perception is a lot. Again, you got to realize there is no next week on the playoff time. And so, yeah, maybe I'm a little hard on Garland, and maybe I was expecting, the Cavs to do a little bit more. But by the same token, there's a million other things where we just see guys just refuse to tough it out. And look, it is what it is. Like, again, maybe it takes somebody that's been through it. I've unfortunately never been injured. I mean, right? I've had broken fingers. That's the most.
But we're watching an NBA playoff where we are watching a ton of players thug it out through injuries. I mean, you're hyper focused on Garland.
Listen,
but what you're not talking about is you're not talking about all the players that we watched in this playoff.
I'll tell you, Brunson's ankles now. I said it for the playoffs.
It's not just what I'm saying, King Rowe, is what I want you to think about is this because it directly ties into the article. The first thing you talked about is I don't want to see somebody sitting out in game 2, and you went and ran to Garland as if this is this is what generally happens when players get injured. But what you did bypass was you bypass all of the players on every other team that are thugging it out through injuries, right? Because what happens is when players like Austin Reeves, when it comes out that he was playing through an injury the entire playoffs, y'all call him, y'all don't give him any credit for thugging it out. Y'all call him trash. Y'all call him this. When it comes out that LeBron was playing on a sprained MCL, well, y'all say, you was faking an injury. You just using it as an excuse. So the problem is there is no win or lose for these guys. If they tell you that they injured and they play through it, you'll say that's an excuse, right? But then if they sit because they too injured to play, then you're going to call them soft. So y'all don't even give these players an out because when they play through it and lose, which that's what typically happens when you're playing injured, you're compromised, so you're probably going to lose. So where's the middle ground? Because this is exactly what Jordan's talking about. What y'all do is y'all wait to find any low-hanging fruit and you attack it. If they say they're injured and they play through it, that's an excuse. If they are injured and they sit, oh, they soft. Where's the middle ground?
Well, my thing is that I'm gonna say this. This is my old school, my personal feeling. A lot of players will tell you this. If you can walk, you can play. Suit it up. Try to give it 15 minutes. If you can't, then nobody can say nothing, right? If it really, really hurts, they see you out there in pain. Maybe that's what it takes. But then they're protecting their averages. And I don't know. At the end of the day, I get there's two ways to look at it, right? There's not all, and I get Jordan is going to come there to give a GOAT's perspective, right? Whether you think he's the GOAT or not, he's going to get it, and you're going to watch. People are going to watch. So we already know that Jordan is going to come. He's going to draw eyeballs. People are going to want to know what he said. He could be on satellite on a yacht. For all we know, he could be in studio. The bottom line is, I don't believe Jordan's going to tell any fakes. I don't believe he's going to kill LeBron. Like I know he's not going to kill the narrative, but I think he's going to tell the truth. And guess what? Between what I think and what you think, somewhere in the middle lies the truth.
You know what, King Ro? You know what I think you need, man? You know, sometimes the biggest problem is this right here. And after I get to this, I'm going straight to Plays by CJ because he's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, no problem. Here.
But the problem is I think when y'all Knicks fans, and I've been seeing all these videos. I've been seeing all these videos of Knicks fans, right? I've been seeing y'all huddle up. I've been seeing y'all huddled up. Y'all all look sweaty. Y'all all look musty. Y'all all look mad. Y'all all sweating.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I think y'all need, man? I think y'all need a little bit of the Speak Easy collection from Dossier because y'all running around musty, yelling, ranting because the Knicks are up 3-1. What y'all need to do is y'all need to link with the people at Dossier. Get y'all smells, get 20% off.
All right.
When you use my code FYF Sports, the link is in the chat. I'm going to put it in the link in the chat again. Here's a short promo for Dossier to all of the New York Knicks fans who are right now all huddled up around Madison Square Garden, huddled up, sweating and steaming for no reason, man. Check them out. Now, King Ro, what I'm gonna do, because you came up here, you stood, you weren't disrupted in the private chat, or you can email me if you don't want to put it in private chat. I want you to put your address. And for you coming up here, you're having the balls to speak on this topic, whether we agree or disagree, man, I'm gonna send you I'm gonna send you 3 bottles from Dossier, the Tom Ford collection. These scents all mirror and reflect Tom Ford. So you don't have to go spend that $375 on Tom Ford. Dossier is going to send you their scents from the Tom Ford collection. And I'm sending it to you at no charge. I'm going to cover the shipping, man. We're going to get you all 3 bottles. So when we see you out there with those Knicks fans, at least the one thing that we know with you, King Ro, is you're going to be fresh. And you're not going to be running around huddled up in sweat and steaming and stinking just like the rest of the Knicks fans out there.
Man, y'all funny.
Want to come out the trenches, man. So, yeah, make sure you give me your address, and we're going to get you them 3 bottles, man. And I want you to come back. I want you to give me your honest feedback on this sense, man.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm a set game, man. I'm a set game. And look, us Knicks fan, man, we out there, bro. We take it over the city. So if we do get that parade going on, man, boy, it's gonna be something crazy. It's gonna be lit. All right, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna hit you in the chat.
All right, King Ro.
All right.
Oh, we got Plays by CJ. What's good?
Yes, sir. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, man. What's good?
Hold on, let me go ahead and put the camera on so you can see the kid. All right, hello?
Yeah. Hold on. Your camera ain't on, no.
Oh, the camera ain't on?
It's just a black screen, though, for some reason.
No, that's crazy because on my screen I see you perfectly and I see myself. So I don't know what's up with that.
There you go. It kicked in. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. First off, hey man, I've been trying to get on the lives. I don't know how long, man. I just be patiently waiting, but I know, like how conversation be going. I be like, nah, let me go ahead and get off, man. I see, you know what I'm saying? But so I appreciate you, man. This is me coming from Dallas. I'm from the Dallas, Texas area. Okay. I think, I know I was back and forth on the comment section. I was telling you about my hoop dream, about how I was, how I played, against the T Fergs, the Julius Randles, the Emmanuel Mudiay. He's just, you know what I'm saying? But I won't just stick on the topic, you know what I'm saying? And then I think I was the one I sent you a message because I'm the one that coaching like the little league, like the kids, like the 8-7-year-olds, you know what I'm saying? Trying to work my way up. So
did I hit you back? Didn't I hit you back?
No, yeah, you did. Yeah, huh? No. Yeah, you did. You did. But yeah, season low key just finished wrapping up. So man, it's crazy. But just kind of just to stick on the topic. With Jordan, me personally, I really believe he's gonna hurt. He's either gonna hurt or just expose a lot of feelings out here. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of narrative that's been going on. But Jordan has kind of just been in the background. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't really been responding, or at least not that I've been hearing. You know what I'm saying? So when he goes on this NBC run. When he wants to interview the stars of this future generation, I believe that like a lot of narratives is going to be dispelled. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A lot of people's quote unquote credibility is going to be dispelled because you done made all these videos about what Jordan thinks, what Jordan, you know what I'm saying, what y'all consider the GOAT, and then now he's telling you, here's how I feel. Here's what I'm saying about the game. So what you gonna say about that? So what you gonna say when Jordan, when he's interviewing the Giannis's, the LeBrons, and he's giving them props? So for all the channels that are, dispelling and saying, Jordan would have never. No, he's actually telling you what he would have done, how this, that, and the third. So what you gonna say then? It's literally coming straight from the horse's mouth. So I feel like Jordan is gonna, disprove a lot of people. Regardless or not if people think he's the GOAT or not, I feel like it's just good for the game just to hear from him because, he's just been in the background. Of course, he had the stint, doing his deal with the Hornets and, making draft picks and things of that nature. But, me personally, just as a basketball fan, I'm excited to see what value, what actual content he's going to bring to this new wave of NBA fans. So I can't wait for it.
I'm gonna go back. Obviously, we got Juju and we got a JT, Jared up here. I think that for one, somebody of Jordan's ilk, they're not dumb. Like Jordan's seen too much basketball to call what he's seeing today trash. And I think what a lot of the Jordan fans are worried about is Jordan actually speaking the truth. And so what's going to ultimately happen is that once Jordan starts speaking the truth, what they're going to start saying is, he's getting paid. He's signed by Clutch. They're gonna just hit him with the same common tropes that they hit everybody else with when they really don't have a good argument against what he's saying. I don't believe Jordan is taking this role to get into position just to put himself on a high horse. Jordan's legacy is already cemented. He already knows. And the funny thing about this writer, this same writer right here did another article about Jordan. And he actually did another article, and I'm going to put it on the screen, where he talked about how Jordan, when he sat down with Jordan in a bar, he was talking about how Jordan was telling him how silly it was that people was making him the GOAT in 1989. Like Jordan literally called it crazy. Like the fact that people were running around making him the GOAT in 1989. Jordan was like, "What the hell are y'all doing?" Mm-hmm. He did another article where it was because what it does is once you, because I think Jordan even knew. Jordan was like, if y'all make me the GOAT in 89 and I ain't done nothing, that's the standard now that you've created for everybody. Right? Because now Kareem's standard is in a garbage can. If Kareem was the standard, you throw that standard in the garbage can when you say Jordan's the GOAT before he's done anything. So now this is the new standard for Kobe. This is the new standard for Bron. This is the new standard for Steph. And anybody who can outdo Jordan in 89, you now can have a GOAT argument, which I think Jordan's just going to come and just talk common sense basketball. And I think the common sense basketball is what the Jordan fans are scared of, because it's probably not going it's probably not going to align with some of the bad narratives that they have about today's game. Juju, go ahead and cook, man. What you got? Your
I was gonna say, Jordan has never like put down the new generation. Like if you go to all his interviews or stuff like that he has over the years, he's never put them down. Like that's just like Charles Barkley and Shaq and those people. Anytime you see Jordan interview or something, he never like puts them down. That's not what he does. He never really does. And he doesn't call himself the GOAT either. He said there's too many people in the contention to call himself the GOAT. So like I agree with you on this one. Yeah, Jordan's not gonna come in and say like, oh yeah, these guys are trash. He never done that.
No, I agree right there, man. I'm trying to find this article. This other article that he had wrote. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because I had it clipped where he was talking about Jordan in 1989. But Jared, what's good, man?
Can you hear me, Lamont?
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to address one thing specifically that King Rose said. And it's about like the players having the mindset to just like, if you can walk, you can play. And there's a big problem with that, Lamont. And I'll take you back to 2019. Remember the Achilles injury Kevin Durant had against the Rockets?
Yeah.
The team, I think, operated with that mindset in the finals of, you know what, we're down 3-1. Kevin Durant, listen, we're going to basically just go all out here. And if Kevin Durant can walk, let's just try and get him out there and see if we can come back and win the finals. And it ended up jacking up his Achilles, and he missed an entire year, Lamont. Like, that type of mindset of just, like, going out there and playing if you can walk is just not good. Oh, hold on. Oh, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, my phone went off. But anyway, what I'm trying to say, Lamont, is that type of mindset is dangerous. Like, you just can't do this. The game of basketball, or just any sport in general, it's just too, like, marginal to go out there with the mindset of just like, listen, if I'm like, because basically what you're saying is if I'm like 55%, I can play. No. See, that's how you end up jacking up people's like careers, like Lamont. Like Durant, fortunately, like he actually came back and was still Durant, like when he came back. But you never know, like with these kind of Achilles and injuries and stuff like that, you just never know how guys are gonna. Even we're seeing it with Tatum now, though, where he just got injured. Like you don't know, like how a player's gonna come back if you take that kind of chance and put him out there when he's not fully ready to play, and you end up jacking up like his like body. Like you just don't know how a player could actually respond from that. Like that's all I gotta say, Lamont. That is not the mindset like anybody should have nowadays. Like you don't take that kind of chance, Lamont. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let me read this to y'all. This is from another article that Elliot Barnes wrote. And this was actually interesting as well when he was talking about Jordan being labeled the GOAT. And it says right here, it says in 1989, Michael Jordan was already being hailed as the greatest basketball player of all time, despite not having secured an NBA championship. His extraordinary talent and dominance on the court led to discussions about his GOAT status. This premature coronation, however, set a precedent that has influenced how greatness is perceived in the NBA. And it says Jordan's own reflections on this phenomenal reveal his discomfort with the early GOAT label. He expressed that such accolades were bestowed upon him before he had achieved the milestones typically associated with greatness, such as winning championships. This early labeling has contributed to a culture where fans and media often prioritize how a player looks over team success, leading to a skewed comparison across different eras. And even Jordan himself, according to this article, had major issues with not the fact that he was being labeled to GOAT. It was how he was being labeled the GOAT. Because Jordan felt in 1989, people labeled him the GOAT based on how his game looked and not on necessarily anything that he had done. Obviously, in 1989, he had a lot of individual success and accolades, but he felt like people were just saying he was the GOAT because of how his game looked. And that's what they were trying to sell to people, which, again, this is something Jordan actually took recognition of early on, which is crazy. But, that's a different article Elliot wrote.
Can you still hear me, Lamont?
Yeah, I hear you, Jared.
Okay, so one other thing I want to say, though, as far as like the era difference and not how people criticize it, this is what I think actually is interesting, is that when you take a look at how players are getting judged today, it's essentially like a ring counting contest. And I think the problem that you have when you do that, this is where I think the media has to take some accountability, Lamont. Like, because the media are a lot of the main people that are actually pushing out this, like, hey, you got to win, you got to win. And for these players that are, especially the superstars, that maybe for like, let's say 3 or 4 years, or maybe 5+ years that don't win, like, I think they just instinctively realize that, listen, unless I win a title, like, we're just going to get crapped on. And I think a lot of times they don't understand that, like, the more that you say that kind of stuff, the more that you actually increase the likelihood that they could form these super teams just to get the media off their back. And like the one thing I think the media has to understand is that they can't have it both ways. Like, you can't criticize players for not winning championships, but then also criticize them for how they win and when they win. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you have to have a middle ground, fair and nuanced conversation about these players. Because listen, guys like LeBron James and Michael Jordan, no matter how great these guys were when they were on their early bad teams, they were not going to win by themselves. Like, those two guys, I think, should prove to like anybody that plays it. Listen, it doesn't matter how great these guys are. If you don't have a good enough team, you're not winning anything. Like that's been proven over history. And I think the media really fails to hold themselves accountable for like the era that's been devolved.
Well, I don't want to make this about the media. I know obviously I think blaming the media for everything. The problem with the problem, I like to hold the fans themselves accountable for the things that they say and do. We know the media is going to say and do whatever they want, right? The media is going to do the media. But again, Jordan in this article specifically Jordan's not talking about the media.
Right.
According to this article, Jordan is specifically talking about the fans and the narratives that the fans push, because he specifically alluded to the barbershop talk, the YouTube debates, right? The sports commentary. He didn't say the media. I don't think Jordan even cares about the media. I just think he needs a microphone to just get to educate people more. He's not talking about the media.
Oh, sorry.
There's nothing that he's going to do to change how Stephen A. Smith or Kendrick Perkins or anybody talks about the game. Those people are going to do them. But when you talk about the fans, right, and the narratives that the fans push, right, and the negativity that the fans spew, they're the ones that are the eyes and the ears. And I think you got to hold them accountable. What they say. Yeah, let me go to King Rowe, because I know King Rowe had pulled back up.
Okay, got you.
King Rowe, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, responding to him saying, if you walk, you could play. Again, there's obviously within reason. The Achilles injury. Again, I never had that. From what I see, that's like stress building up in the foot and all that. So when I seen happen to Kobe, when we saw it happen to Tatum the other night, one bad, when you have the stress build up, one bad plant, you can pull that. Obviously, you're not gonna, put yourself, if you can avoid it. And again, if somebody has that, then yeah, you got to rest and let it get better. I get that part. But all I'm saying is just the perception. Like, if you're in the playoffs, you got to at least suit up. I would like to see, if it was my team, I would like to see my team suit up. See the players suit up. And again, my team, thank God, we have almost zero injuries right now. And for those Tibbs run everybody into the ground narrative, again, see, that's the other thing. Sometimes playing basketball is the best way to get in shape for playing basketball. And injuries, unfortunately, happen. But the perception that guys that look, right, as you seen with the Lakers, JJ Redick went and asked them guys with a 40-year-old LeBron, are y'all tired? And of course, no basketball player in his right mind is going to give up his minutes. So that's part of it. So,
I know, but King Rowe,
but they can't fit a time.
Here's the problem. You bringing up this topic, the problem with you bringing up this topic is because to the casual listener, you are giving off the perception that it's something that's going on every single team, and it's a widespread issue of guys not being able to play through injury. If we talk about players in this playoffs, just in this playoff run alone that are playing through injury,
it's a lot.
Brown, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go because this is the problem, and I'm gonna show you why this is the problem. You got Jaylen Brown. It says Jaylen Brown had a significant right knee injury and a dislocated index finger. Those are two injuries. He still played through it. Karl Anthony Towns sustained a left hand injury in Game 3.
Broken finger, I know.
Okay, Karl Anthony Towns said, "I broke it." He still played. Evan Mobley, he returned, played in Game 3 versus the Pacers. Even though he wasn't fully recovered from his injury. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me get through all the injuries. We got Anthony Edwards, we watched Anthony Edwards go down with seemingly ankle injuries 2 or 3 times. He still played through it. We got obviously Donovan Mitchell. He was supposed to sit out this last game based on his injury. We saw him still play through it versus the Indiana Pacers.
Darius Garland.
Darius Garland as well. The problem is this. You are mentioning the one instance where a player sat, but we have more instances of players playing through these injuries than sitting. So if the most common tendency of players today is to play through injuries, why are we talking about the one player that might have sat one time?
Well, I'll speak to that. Why do we have the 65 game rule when it comes to awards?
Hold on. The 65 game rule is something that the owners implemented, thinking it would be a sneaky way for them to pay their stars, but it's ultimately starting to backfire on them because what's happening now is guys like Jaren Jackson are becoming supermax players when they're not necessarily supermax players. So
that's true.
The owners are going to change this rule because when you make your stars ineligible to win the awards, well, that means other guys who are probably not as deserving are going to win those awards. And now you're going to have guys on your roster who are looking at you for a supermax when they're not really a supermax player. That was just the owners being sneaky. And at times, we have to be able to separate what the owners are trying to do for their pockets versus what's actually going on the court. What I'm showing you right here in the playoffs is that what most commonly happens in the playoffs, players play through injury. You should not be isolating the one time where a guy sits when we don't even know the severity, and then we try to pretend as if this is indicative of the entire league, when it's really a very small sample size of what typically happens when a player gets injured. When you got 2 players on your own very team that you cheer for who are playing through injury.
I get you right, and again, you got me on that one. You got me on that one with the Jared Jackson because that is something that happened, right? Jared Jackson will get there when a better center doesn't get on there. All right, that's cool. But the fact of the matter is, the fact that they brought this up, meaning that there was a narrative, and sometimes you got to kill narrative. So I agree with that. I agree. There's not like I'm totally again. Like I said, there's a lot of guys that I see that are warriors that do stick it out. They do play through injury. Like I say, Karl Anthony Towns, they got us on his left hand, but he's playing with a broken. Tape it up.
No, I think
go ahead.
That's my point. My whole point is, if it's most common that players play through injury, why is one of the first things you came up here and talked about was one of the few players that actually sat?
Well, again, like I said,
how come you didn't come up here with the narrative and say, man, the players of today are so tough, man. All these guys are playing through injury. You didn't lead with that narrative, even though most guys are playing through injury. What you did was you led with the minute. You led with the low end. You led
but I led with Jordan is going to speak the truth, regardless of the fact. Like Jordan's not going to come up there and lie to nobody because he's not going to hurt his credibility for a part-time job. Like Jordan don't need the money. He don't.
We were talking about this quote right here. We're specifically talking about
the soft. Yeah, so
if kids are soft, because when we talked about people who are soft, right? The thing was because Jordan's saying this to challenge the common perception that players today are soft. And what you said was, well, you alluded to Darius Garland sitting out for turf toe.
I
But you
did.
didn't talk about Cat playing through broken fingers. You didn't talk about Jalen Brunson playing through injuries. You didn't
Two guys
talk
on my
about
team. Yes, I got
Donovan
it.
Mitchell playing through injuries. You didn't talk about all the other plethora of guys in this playoffs that we are watching now with the teams who are still playing. You didn't talk about the guys that are playing through injury. You talked about the one lone guy that actually set. We get why Steph and we get why Jason Tatum is and some of the other and Damian Lillard had to sit. I mean, these are injuries that will sit you down for a long time. So the obvious ones, we know why the obvious ones set. But
of course,
you ran straight to one of the only players in this playoffs who set, and you ignored the players who are playing through injury, and you tried to give off the perception that players today are soft, using Garland as an example.
Okay, so let's get off the injury. Let's talk practice. Why is there a practice rule where you have to have multiple days off to practice, or you can't do anything more than a light shoot around?
Hold on, who has that rule?
That's the rule. You have to have multiple days off to run a full practice, throughout the season, right?
No, you don't. The Knicks practice damn near every day. The coaches, that's college rule. In college, there's a limitation how many times you practice. In NBA, there's some coaches that practice every day. There are some teams like that have a lot of vets that choose not to practice a lot because they have older vets. It's the
I
coach.
could have swore the CBA. Go ahead.
Tom Thibodeau is one of those coaches that practices all the time. They don't let up.
Again, yeah, my team is the last thing you could call my team is soft, but there's a lot of reasons why players are perceived as soft. All right. So the fact that people are talking about it, they're talking about whether it's true or not. Again, I know they don't practice like there's no more Riley two-a-days and Pat Riley two-a-days or nothing like that. And I'm not saying that it should be, but by the same token, there is a perception that there's a lack of practice time with these teams.
Hold on, but it stems from misconceptions of the CBA, like you just mentioned. I'm reading it right here. It says the NBA does not impose specific limits on the number of hours or days a team can practice. Right? It says instead, practice schedules are determined by individual teams and coaching staffs, taking into account factors such as game schedules, travel demands, player health, and overall workload management. But you see, all of this soft stuff stem from narratives. You just spewed that there are practice limits and you can only practice so many times. But you said it with no hesitation. I don't know where you got it from, but I'm assuming it stemmed from some other somebody else who was uninformed. And you took it and you spread it out there as if it's actually a real thing going on in the NBA when your own very team is the hardest, most practicing team in the NBA. And that's proof that there is no limitation to how many times you can practice. But you ran with that quick. I think that's the problem.
Look, there's a lot of perceptions of why. There's a lot of reasons why the players are perceived soft. And like I said, I want you to remember the first thing I said is Jordan's going to come up and speak the truth. So, at the end of the day, there's no reason to fear what he's going to say or whatever. Just we aren't going to tune in. I know that. I know you're going to tune in. I know James Gaines is going to tune in.
If Jordan gets on NBC and says LeBron is the GOAT, are you going to accept that?
I doubt he'll do that, but okay. I mean, I still have my own opinion. I still have my own opinion.
Hell no.
Here's the thing, right? Magic calls him to go. Magic says he's
better
than him. I think Magic's better than LeBron.
I said Jordan. If Jordan goes on NBC and says, you know what, y'all, maybe he's watching LeBron play next year, and let's say LeBron at age 41, he has a 60-point game. Jordan's just watching from NBC, and they spend the halftime. They go to Jordan, and Jordan said, "Man, that's the GOAT." Are you gonna rock with that?
No, I'm not, because I have my own opinion. Just like I said, Magic. See, I'm not a Jordan fan. I'm a Magic fan, and Magic said LeBron is better than me. But I can debate why Magic is better than LeBron. So I'm gonna have my own opinion, and that's good. Look, if he wants to put LeBron over, he can do that. That's his personal opinion. I just think he's gonna speak the truth.
You just said you believe Jordan is going to speak truth. If Jordan says LeBron is the GOAT, why wouldn't it be truth?
That's his opinion. There's no right or wrong answer with the GOAT debate, man. I'll say that consistently. It's just a matter of, okay, well, why do you think he's better than you? Because he's playing with Luka at 40 on a 45-win team. Okay, cool. Because the Lakers are gonna be terrible.
Look, man, I know. You better hope so. We got Go James Kingdom pulled up. Go James, what's good?
Peace, Lamont. What's good, fellas? Peace and blessings, man.
What up, hey, John?
What's good?
Y'all? They've been trying to avoid the whole conversation. Michael Jordan said y'all toxic, man. Michael Jordan said he tired of hearing y'all, man.
Yeah,
he tired of it, man. He tired of y'all walking around here trying to argue for him when he himself said he's not the GOAT. Y'all say himself, he never called himself the GOAT. So why y'all sitting around here trying to make him the GOAT? Now he gonna tell y'all how Joker balls out, how Tatum don't choke. Y'all really think Michael Jordan will be really out here hating on players? Ain't that what I said, Lamont, when I did my GJK reports? What did I say Jordan was gonna be saying? How these players are balling, they gonna be doing their thing, and y'all not gonna like them. He gonna tell y'all how great today's NBA is and how he wouldn't be able to play in this era. Just like George Gervin said the other day. Y'all gonna be so mad at him. He's coming at y'all. He's saying it's y'all that's the problem. He didn't say it was the media that's the problem. He didn't say nobody. He said the fans, my fans are the problem. They're out here thinking I played every game and every year. Like I always told y'all, it took Jordan 19 years to play 15 NBA seasons. Ladies and gentlemen, no other NBA player took that long to do 15 NBA seasons. Only Michael Jordan. The man got a time to chill and relax. Like he said, y'all act like I never lost. And he wants y'all to remember how he lost because he think that's how he became great because of all of his losses. But y'all be acting like he never lost. Y'all want to blame Pippen. This is Michael
James.
Jordan.
Hey, it's sad. Like, hey, like I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, bro, it's so sad how literally the people that are saying you're the GOAT, Jordan is literally telling you. This is literally coming from the horse's mouth. Is telling you, listen, I made mistakes. I wasn't a perfect player, but you still got people saying, nah, you're not right. Like, how you gonna tell me what I got going on, and you deem me as the GOAT? Like, you see what I'm saying? So
who said Jordan never lost?
6-0 says that.
Well, his fans act like that though.
You'll never, and I'm not a fan. I never use 6-0 in a debate.
Yeah, but
I never use 6-0.
That's used all the time.
Hold on. Let me say one thing, King Bro. You don't have to pretend that fans don't pretend Jordan never lost. You should know this because again, just like somebody just said, the 6-0, because before Jordan was 6-0, nobody ran around using finals record.
Yeah, we know.
It wasn't until and the thing is 6-0 is not impressive compared to 8-0. 6-0 is not impressive compared to two players at 8-0 or players like Bill Russell. That's far
11-1. We get it.
11-1.
So at the end of the day, it was just kind of funny for fans to all of a sudden kind of when we sit back and we having these conversations and all of a sudden somebody says 6-0 as if it's the pinnacle of the most winningest we've ever seen when 6-0 was outdone by John Havlicek. 6-0 was outdone by Sam Jones. 6-0 was outdone by Bill Russell. And then also, you could even say 6-0 was outdone by Kareem.
Casey Jones.
Got to 10 NBA.
Tom Sanders.
But I go at those fans too. I tell them that you're doing Jordan a disservice because you're not telling the whole story. You have to unpack exactly what happened, who they went against, what the circumstances is, the whole nine. That's why they did The Last Dance. They gave you the whole Jordan Bulls story. Can't still get it wrong.
No,
we got Willie up here, man. Willie's about to go on a
what up, Willie Sermon?
A diatribe, but I don't.
What up?
Really, what's good, man? What you got on this conversation?
I mean, it's time to stop. Like,
well, what you got on the article that I read?
Stop what?
Okay, we don't care about no article you read. People write stories just like you put up. You got a YouTube channel that gives opinions. We all got opinions. We all know the facts. See, what y'all doing right now is y'all talking about Jordan coming after his fans. No, Jordan gonna come after you if you come around his circle and ain't wearing Jordan brands. So, what y'all trying to do is Jordan coming after us. No, he ain't. He coming after you. That's what he doing. He already know. And it's one thing you can't do. You can't question him. You can't question Jordan. You seen Shannon. Oh my God. He's like a god. That's zesty. That's what you call zesty. All Jordan fans do is talk facts. Yeah, Jordan lost when he first came in the league. Yeah, he got his ass whooped. Yeah. But what happened? He kept balling. And that's what all Jordan fans do. We keep balling. If you ever notice who picked Jordan as their maybe GOAT, they balling. All of them.
I got Jordan as the GOAT.
They balling like me. I'm working. I'm balling. I ain't know. Oh, well, Jordan's son did this like GOAT James Kingdom whack ass. Oh, Jordan like play games. No, talk basketball. Because when you talk basketball about Jordan, GOAT James Kingdom, you don't have a conversation. Talk that basketball. I don't want to hear nothing about what somebody else doing, they wife or they girl or cigars or gambling. Every nigga that talk basketball do fucking upper deck or the gambling sites. Don't you know what Jordan about to do to the league and he known as a gambler? What? And then he gonna be listening to y'all side niggas say shit. He gonna be and then he ain't gonna hold no. He told you I ain't like Isaiah. He gonna tell you. So with all this Jordan, like I grew up. I was 12 years old when Jordan was drafted. So can't none of y'all tell me about Jordan. None of y'all.
All right, that's Willie for y'all, man. That's Willie.
Try me.
Now, Willie, I want your thoughts
And
on
then
this.
I got one other thing to say. And this is where a lot of other LeBron fans get it fucked up.
Willie. Hold on 1 second, Willie.
And this ain't about LeBron. This is about expansion.
Hold on,
Don't
Willie,
you know
Willie,
Jordan?
You literally just made it about LeBron.
Hold on 1 second, Willie. I want to stay on the topic a little bit. We want to talk about because there's 2 sections to the article I want you to address. According to Elliot Barnes of the Chicago Tribune, Jordan's longtime friend says, it's gotten bad when the guy that they worship the most has to come down and tell you to shut up and enjoy the damn game. Willie, it feels like they're kind of talking about people like you, telling you to shut up and enjoy the damn game, man.
Hold on. He ain't talking about people like me. He's talking about people like you. No, he's talking about people like you. See, people like me want to shut up and enjoy the game, but y'all keep telling us losing 5 years straight, not an all-defensive player in 11 years, got flopping compilations is our GOAT, and we ain't having it.
Okay, well,
so he's telling y'all to shut the fuck up.
Willie, hold on 1 second.
Curry.
Hold on 1 second.
You don't got no compilation on Steph.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on 1 second. Let me read this to you. Okay, so Jordan quoted, they act like, when he says they, he's talking about people like you, Willie. It says right here, they act like, here, let me put it on the screen so you can see it. They act like I played every year.
Look, he's still talking. Look, he's still talking.
I didn't. It says, he said it before in private. He says, said the NBC source, that the narrative of 6-0 has become toxic, Willie. It ignores losses and it ignores the teams that helped him get there. And worst of all, it punishes greatness of today just because it's different. So, Willie, how is he not talking about you? Because it literally clearly says in quotes right here. It says it in quotes. They act like I played every year, every game. I didn't. And he says that the 6-0 narrative has become toxic. Why would they call you and the 6-0 narrative toxic, Willie?
All right, I'll give you the perfect example. And when I say this, put the video up. Jordan got a commercial that says, I failed over 1,000 times. Jordan got a commercial that says, And he said, I failed over 1,000 times. Can you play that commercial? Because I don't know. I forgot every word. Because I'm going to stand on business. Tell me when Jordan fronted. Tell me when. Play that commercial when Jordan said, I
got it. I got it. I want to play it for you, Willie.
He said I missed 1,000 shots.
It's attacked in my private life, and I really didn't like it. I don't agree with it. But I felt I need to come out and express that and tell the truth so you guys can quit hallucinating and taking it further than what it is. You know, and now you know what it is from my standpoint. Anything else that you hear is totally false if it's not to what I just told you. And that's the honest truth. And that's all I can tell you.
He said, stop hallucinating, Willie. That's what he said.
Oh, man. See, you can't play with a player. That's your problem. You playing with a player. Come on, man. I said play the commercial, the Nike Gatorade, the Gatorade commercial. Jordan said I failed over. Go ahead and play that. Listen to the GOAT. Go ahead and let him, because he always came with humbleness. Ask me anything you want. Keep asking me shit.
All right, let me ask you a question. How come all of us knew how Michael Jordan didn't like Isaiah but Isaiah Thomas?
What? See, I told you go James Kingdom do that Marcus Jordan shit. Ask me another question. Get the fuck out of here if you ain't got nothing basketball wise.
All right, wait. Isaiah, you brought that up.
No, because I already know where you come. You a clown.
How?
I'm not doing that. If you ain't got nothing basketball,
So let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this again. Didn't Isaiah Thomas say he didn't know that Jordan felt that way about him till he saw The Last Dance? Is that yes or no answer? That's a simple question. Yes or no?
Well, that's a false equivalation because when Jordan was a rookie, he made the All-Star team, something your boy couldn't do, and they framed him out. They ain't want to pass him the ball.
What the fuck is this?
They ain't want to. Jordan already knew he was mad at him because Isaiah's from Chicago. Isaiah's from Chicago, and Jordan is from North Carolina, and he took over Isaiah's city. And Charles Oakley said that since you want to start name dropping.
You don't want to drop all kinds of names. I didn't say LeBron. I didn't say Charles Oakley. I said
I didn't say LeBron neither. You asking a dumb question, and I gave you the right answer.
No, he did not. Did or did not Isaiah Thomas say he did not know Michael Jordan felt that way about him till The Last Dance? Is that a yes or no?
Okay, let me ask you this: did or did not Jordan fucking keep Isaiah off the Olympic team?
He did.
Yeah.
He kept him off the team.
All right, then, good. Get your ass out of here. Because you walked off the court after getting sweat. I don't want to play with nobody like you. Just like your king do. The game over, and he walking off with 5 minutes left.
But then Jordan lied. But then Jordan lied and say that he didn't keep him off the team. Isn't that what happened? Isn't that what Jordan said? He did
no,
lie.
It was already known Jordan ain't like him, but he didn't say keep him off the team.
Okay,
Jordan said,
it wasn't known to Isaiah though. It wasn't known to Isaiah. Why did he tell Isaiah? Why didn't he tell Isaiah? Why he told the whole world but Isaiah?
Why didn't LeBron tell D-Wade he going back to Cleveland? Shut the fuck up.
He did tell him.
I ain't gonna tell you everything.
He did or not. Like, so what you talking about? Like, you don't even know if he did or not. I'm pretty sure he did though.
Tell you everything, nigga.
Again, so you lied. So you lied when you said Jordan's gonna be telling us the truth. We all know Jordan lie a lot, just like you, just like the rest of his fan base.
Did I read a Malcolm X book, nigga?
Huh? You should read a Malcolm X book.
Malcolm X book, nigga. You talking about lying?
You should read a Malcolm X book.
You talking about lying? Did 2016 make me the GOAT? Game 7?
Hold on.
You was a joke in the making.
It did make him the GOAT.
Let me say something. Willie, how come when you start talking, nobody knows what the hell you talking about or what the topic actually is?
I follow
him. I don't know, bro.
I don't follow shit. He just be
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
King Speech Bro said, I follow him. That's Zesty Jeffrey language. Let's not
Nah,
talk about.
'cause you
Let's not talk about.
Isaiah.
Let's not.
This is
I
he
don't
said, she
follow
said.
nothing.
No, it's not. He said. She said. He said
No,
that
no,
everybody knew that Isaiah Thomas was disliked by
but
Jordan.
even
Isaiah
that-
Thomas didn't know this. I just want to know how, why, since he knows so much about Mike.
No.
But he
but
went to the All-Star game and him walking off the court.
Hold
Go ahead.
on. All I'm saying is this is all still so far off topic because again, Willie is still dancing around the article. Willie is in now complete denial mode instead of taking the article for what it is. Because if this article is written in reverse and it was reported that Jordan was going to come on the NBC and his goal was to tear down all of the fake GOATs like LeBron, all of these quotes would be credible. If it was people from NBC saying that Jordan's going to come on and he's going to tear down all the fake GOATs, all of a sudden, just because it doesn't align with the narrative or vision that you have, you feel like you can dance around the content of the article just because Jordan's not coming to NBC to do what you guys think he's going to do. That's the whole big deal. I just want somebody to actually address the article because this is not like it's coming from somebody that's not credible. This is coming from somebody who has a 20-year track record of dealing with Michael Jordan. He wrote for the Chicago Tribune and is non-biased. He has nothing against Jordan. He himself, even in the article, says that he's a Jordan fan. And if you go look at all the articles he's written, he has not done anything but speak extremely positively of Michael Jordan throughout his career. And he's one of the few writers that actually talks about some of the things that Jordan does off the basketball court. He talks about the racing. He talks about all of that stuff. Real Jordan fans, this is why I say, y'all not real Jordan fans. Because y'all not real Jordan fans. Y'all, I'm gonna say y'all not real Jordan fans because y'all stopped following Jordan as soon as he retired. Y'all can't tell me what Jordan doing right now. Y'all can't tell me his race car driver. Y'all can't follow. Y'all don't follow Jordan right now. Y'all don't know what he got going on in his business because the real fan is gonna be able to tell you everything that Jordan's doing right now. Because y'all are LeBron fans. Because even when LeBron James is now out the playoffs, y'all still got a whole bunch of people like Scap Attack telling us what he tweeted and what he said and what he did. This man is
and partying. Remember, they got footage of him partying.
But that's my whole point is the fact that y'all can tell us everything that LeBron James is doing, and he ain't even in the playoffs. This is how I know y'all more LeBron fans than Jordan fans. Because if y'all was Jordan fans, y'all would be able to tell me about the racing. Y'all would be able to tell me about the business endeavors. Y'all would be able to tell me about the free hospital that he built in North Carolina. But y'all can't tell me about nothing that Jordan has going on right now. Y'all stop following Jordan the day he retired as a Wizard. Y'all stop following.
That's not true. We was happy when he became the first black owner.
You know what, Lamont? Though I got something to talk about
Or
with
the
this
second.
article. I think Brandon Katz was on to something a little bit when he said that Michael Jordan is basically trying to save the league to a certain degree because I do believe all his other ventures are failing. So one of the key things that he has is obviously people buying his shoes, and obviously he has investment in a lot of the top key players in today's NBA. Luka Doncic, to Jason Tatum, these type of players. So I think it's key for him to keep promoting these guys as great players so that they can be good, sponsors and marketing campaigns for his company. That's just the facts. He's not.
And let me give a shout out. Let me give a shout out to R.I. Harper, the number 2 on in the Cash App. He came through with the Cash App donation. It says for FYF. So salute to Harper coming through in the Cash App and support for the channel, man. That's much appreciated right there. Appreciate you. And you know what? Obviously, Jordan, like the NBA is a brotherhood. Jordan is whether y'all want to believe it or not, has a vested interest in wanting to see the NBA thrive.
Of course.
And the reason why this article to me aligns with more of what Jordan's true intentions are is because the only way the NBA can thrive is if he comes in and does exactly what this article says. Because Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal and them, they're getting vilified. They're getting torn down right now because they're looked at as the goofballs of NBA basketball talk. They're not serious basketball talking heads. Shaq don't even remember half the players' names. Nobody takes these guys.
Hey Lamont, I'm about to go in. I'm about to crib, but I'm gonna just give you some game. And this is what I need to tell LeBron fans or not just. You know what? I'm gonna stop saying that. I'm gonna just say NBA fans because I'm a
growing
die
up,
hard.
man.
Hold up. Nah, because y'all be talking crazy, but I'm here to save y'all. Because I'm an NBA fan. I'm a die-hard Knicks fan.
No, you're not.
Same here.
Yeah,
Look.
No, and I'm not gonna get on a whole soliloquy, but John Starks do remind you of Josh Hart. See, y'all, what y'all don't know as fans is we already. Hold up, Lamar.
We have that debate every day.
I'm about to go in, Lamar. I'm about to go in.
Grab no 10 rebounds in a game, man.
If you know basketball, you'll know that. But I'm about to go in. But the New York Knicks is showing you what basketball was for just say my generation. Okay, we like that scrappy, nasty. Like y'all remember when the Knicks played the Bulls? Y'all remember when the Knicks played the Bulls and Thompson was down below and Pippen hit it and Grant hit it and Jordan hit it and then we was that's the basketball we like us are missing. But on my next topic, I'm gonna say this, and this is where because y'all so knowledgeable. When I asked a LeBron fan about, what was Jordan's salary on the Wizards? They can't tell you. Don't y'all know Jordan played for free on the Wizards? He wasn't no max player. He donated his salary because of 9/11. He came back to play basketball because we got hit in a terrorist attack. If y'all think I'm lying, I'm flying. He said, I'm going to donate my salary to the whole league and came and played for the Wizards. But then you got LeBron fans that don't know this information and be like, why he ain't winning? He ain't go, no, this is pertinent. They call that pertinent. We vocabulary over here. They call that pertinent information.
How?
Because if I ain't no Max Joker and I ain't trying to pull strings, man, I'm here. I'm already 6-0. I'm just here. And just like he's coming back now. Man, I'm just here, man. Like, because whenever you hear people talk about them, they don't say fuck shit. They don't. Shannon Sharp was like, when I seen him, I was like, oh my God. So, respect my GOAT like you want me to respect your GOAT, and we good. Because your GOAT wear my GOAT number.
Yep.
So,
they say when MJ come in the room, the energy change.
So when I just looked up if back in 2020 and 2001 for the Wizards, it really don't say anything about coming back specifically for 9/11 victims. It say something totally different. But I don't know if you knew that or not.
I know that. I was Jordan said, I'm donating my whole salary to relief victims.
He did donate the salary. That is a fact. So we can't do
No.
But they acting like Jordan was playing for $30 million a year. Nope. Jordan played for the minimum 1.5 and donated the whole salary. Say that.
Okay, but Willie.
Say that.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on. This is one thing I got to say. Here's the problem with what Willie's saying, y'all. First of all of the salary talk, it absolutely means absolutely nothing to what we're talking about right now. What Willie lied about, y'all, was this. The way the New York Knicks are playing right now, this ain't no reminder of what basketball used to be like. This is how basketball is being played today. Y'all think the Knicks huddled up together in some room by themselves and say, "Hey, y'all, we're gonna mimic what we saw in 1991, so 90s fans will be happy." No, what they said was, this is our style of play. What the Knicks are doing is basically showing y'all that this style of play, this tough style of play that y'all say was non-existent, still exists today. They're not doing anything special. They're not, and this has been prevalent amongst a lot of the teams. A lot of the teams have been playing this bruiser style of basketball because the refs have been allowing a lot of the foul calls to kind of slide by. So the funniest thing about it is while y'all run around and say, because y'all whole biggest theme was players today are soft. They're all the foul calls and X, Y, and Z. Then all of a sudden we got teams battling it out, physical, guys getting into altercations. But the only thing that I'm seeing is every time Draymond get in an altercation, all these old Jordan fans come out the woodwork talking about he need to get suspended and that he being too rough and he fouling too hard. Y'all keep trying to attach what y'all see today to the 90s. No, this is just how they hoop today. This physical style of basketball, that's how they hoop today. Y'all keep trying to correlate it to some old shit when it's just the way basketball's always been. That's all it is. The Knicks ain't doing nothing old. This is just Jalen Brunson been a physical guard back when he was in Dallas. He was just doing it coming off the bench for Dallas. Josh Hart been a defensive and offensive rebounding machine everywhere he's been. With the Knicks, every team that he's played on, he's played this style of play. He ain't just start this because he joined the Knicks.
It's being appreciated now.
When Karl Anthony Towns got traded, when Karl Anthony Towns been doing what he's doing, right? Because when he was doing the same thing with Minnesota, you guys called it soft. But all of a sudden, he do the same thing with New York, and now y'all think it's tough. See, that's the thing. Y'all try to pick and choose what tough is and what it should look like, and they doing this at the past. No, that's just how basketball's played. That's all it is. And so when y'all gonna come, when y'all just need to start accepting that basketball is as tough as it's ever been. Defense is as good as it's ever been. And nobody's trying to mimic what they saw in the 90s, because if you run around trying to play like a 90s team, you're going to lose. The Knicks are playing the Knicks have an identity. They have an identity that you guys say didn't exist in the league. That's what it is. And when now we see it, don't try to attach it to the past, acting like, they duplicating the past. Because to be honest, when I go back and look at those Knicks teams of the 90s, there was some sorry motherfuckers on that team. When I see Mikal Bridges, they skilled. I didn't see Charles Smith wasn't skilled, because if he was skilled, he would have just reversed that layup instead of getting blocked 19 times by Jordan Pippen.
We called Charles Smith soft.
Hold on, Charles. It don't matter what Charles Smith was. What I'm saying is, when I looked at that Knicks team, John Starks was working at a grocery store. He was a bum. Charles Smith was a bum. Charles Oakley was just a guy that wanted to fight everybody. He was a bum. Patrick Ewing was a big center that never wanted to pass the ball, and all he did was want to shoot and not really play defense. That's who Charles Barkley was. See, when I get to telling y'all about y'all team, y'all get mad. This Knicks team right here,
you can't tell us that.
This Knicks team right here is far superior to any Knicks team that we saw in the 90s.
Not true.
Because hold on, I remember one of the most vivid memories I have when I was little was Patrick Ewing blowing a wide open layup that could have won a playoff game.
Now Lamont, what did Ewing have in that game, Lamont?
No, hold on, King Ro. If that's
not fair.
Hold on, King Ro. Hold on. This is what I remember. I remember when I watched these games in the 90s, this is what I remember. I remember John Starks and them guys breathing on Michael Jordan and the refs giving them ghost fouls. I remember Charles Oakley and these guys being so unskilled, missing layups.
Oh, that's horrible.
Patrick Ewing not passing to his teammates, chucking shots up after. And
my God.
So I'm one of the few people that had an actual conversation with Anthony Mason before he passed in his barbershop in Chicago. You know what Anthony Mason told me? None of them motherfuckers like Ewing. He says we would have won a championship if Ewing knew how to pass the ball. Basically saying, if Ewing was more like LeBron and Nikola Jokic, they would have won a championship. But because Ewing was so steadfast on shooting the ball every time he touched it, he said that's why them motherfuckers lost. None of them motherfuckers like Patrick.
That's a horrible take, man.
That's not a horrible take.
Ewing dropped 29-14.
King Ro. This ain't a take. This is a verbatim quote from Anthony Mason himself. I went to a random barbershop in Chicago one time. Didn't even know it was Anthony Mason's barbershop. I'm sitting in there. I just need to find a cut. I just need to get a haircut. I'm sitting in the chair. I'm looking at this big motherfucker across from me. And the only thing I kept saying to myself was, this motherfucker looked just like Anthony Mason. Because, at this time, he had gained a whole bunch of weight. So he was much bigger. But I'm literally saying to myself, this motherfucker looked just like Anthony Mason. 2 seconds later, this motherfucker now talking about the NBA Finals with Patrick Ewing. I'm just sitting here listening to their conversation of old heads in the barbershop talking about how Patrick Ewing sold on the Knicks potentially beating the Chicago Bulls. It's because he was a ball hog. That team was dysfunctional and disjointed. That's all it was, man. And it was y'all be propagating and propping it up like it's much better. No, this New York Knicks team that we see now is far superior to any Knicks team that we saw in the 90s. Far superior in every
We got a better offense, not a better
better
defense.
offensively. They're better defensively. They have better chemistry because they actually like each other. They are far better in every way.
These horrible damages, bro.
Do not compare the greatness of that you see today to that bullshit that was going on in the 90s, because that shit in the 90s was some hot garbage. And it was. Just be honest about it. That's why the Knicks team didn't win anything.
That's what we get.
Hold on. Because if you judge them, because if I want you to judge, King Row, judge your Knicks team of the 90s with the same standards that you judge LeBron James.
Trust me, I'm going to.
No, hold on. You judge LeBron James off championships. Them motherfucking Knicks in the 90s won absolutely nothing. They were bums. They were trash.
They were bums.
They were led.
They had the best defensive rating.
King Row. No, they were led by one of the most overrated, bloviated centers in NBA history, in Patrick Ewing, a guy that only was invested in shooting and scoring the basketball. He was one of the he led the bums at the center position in the 90s. All he did was score 20 points on a whole bunch of bums that nobody knew. And whenever he went up against a competent center like Akeem, he got barbecued. This is why the Knicks was trash.
Jesus Christ.
When he went up against
this is horrible, bro.
Hold on. When he went up against, and I want y'all to fact check this. When he went up against the good centers, like the David Robinsons and the Akeems, this motherfucker folded like a bad bag of dope. He was one
that's
of the
that's a horrible take, bro.
Hold on. He was one of the sorriest, most chokingest centers of all time. And you sitting here trying to compare the greatness of Jalen Brunson, one of the most clutch players that we've seen, and you trying to compare the greatness of Jalen Brunson to a Patrick Ewing. Jalen Brunson is superior to Patrick Ewing. He's way better than Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing cannot do what Jalen Brunson is doing. But you keep trying to attach the greatness today of the bums of the past. Ewing and them was bums. That's why they didn't win nothing. They didn't sniff nothing. They couldn't win.
They
nothing.
got to game 7 of the finals.
They lost. They choked. Did they choke?
They did not choke. They ran into a team who was amazing. Bro, you just you can't do this. You can't do this, Lamont.
When it was time for Ewing to show up when it mattered most.
Ewing, let me, because I looked these numbers up personally. Ewing was 25 and 15 in elimination games.
Y'all sorry. How many? Y'all hold on. Judge it.
Hold on. Y'all get on Jordan for never beating Bird. You realize that Ewing beat Bird with
Jordan. That's Go James Kingdom. I don't say
okay. So the people that do that, Ewing beat Bird. Ewing beat Bird.
No, he didn't.
Paris McHale and Dennis Johnson with Gerald Wilkins.
How many championships did Ewing got?
Okay, he don't have a championship because
he's
of okay. So now everybody who don't have a championship is a bum.
Yes.
Okay, so that means Carmelo Anthony is a bum.
Pippen.
That means so you're doing the same thing you us are doing, Lamont.
Pippen's better than Ewing.
Pippen, okay, look at Pippen in elimination game. Pippen in elimination game didn't score 15 points a game. That's not fair. So you just win. Bro, we was having a conversation.
If we did player for player, Rick Smits is a better basketball player than Patrick Ewing.
You out your goddamn mind, bro. You out your mind. This is crazy.
And this is why Michael Jordan is necessary.
Hold on. You realize that Ewing led us back from a 3-1 deficit. His teammates put us in that 95 final series.
And on top of the fact that Ewing might have had the ugliest shoe in the 90s of all time. He might have not only was he the ugliest.
Guess what? That shoe still sells.
His shoes was the ugliest shoes in the league. Hold on. Next to Bill Cartwright, his jumper was one of the ugliest jumpers in the league.
He had the prettiest jump shot of centers in the league that year. Oh my God.
Ro, you gotta be
on the side of his head, man.
Bro, you gotta be honest. If you think LeBron choked in 2011, your boy choked in 94. Bad.
That first of all, it was 95. Oh, Ewing had averaged 6 blocks a game.
No. We're talking about in the finals. 1994
Okay, in the finals when he said the beautiful pick on what's the name on Maxwell.
Go look at your boys'
starts
numbers.
open, but Keem covered and blocked that shot.
Go look at your boys' numbers. Go look at your boys' numbers.
He averaged. First of all, he was on bad knees his whole career, but he averaged 13 rebounds and like 5 blocks in that series. He blocked everything that came.
And what did he shoot? What was
he shot about 39. He had Akeem on him, okay. But you telling me he folded every time? In elimination games, Patrick Ewing averaged 25 and like 13. Again, my first memory is watching him come down from 2-0 against Larry Bird, McHale, and Parrish, with Gerald Wilkins as his next leading scorer. So see, here's the thing. To call Ewing a bum, the most overrated center, come on, Patrick Ewing was a goddamn warrior. And if Mason fell some way, God bless him, but come on, man. Mason left and went become an all-star. Maybe that was the issue. At the end of the day, Ewing was a leader.
Hold on. Okay, explain this to me then.
He was known as a black hole.
Hold on. We're not even gonna talk about 94.
So he's not Nikola Jokic passing-wise. Okay.
King Ro, hold on one second, King Ro. We're gonna go to. I want you to explain this to me then. If he's not one of the biggest bums and chokers of the 90s, let's just talk about 1993, right? Knicks are up 2-0. Jordan dropped 4 in Game 4. In Game 5, when Ewing needed to show up, Ewing shot 6 of 17 from the field with 4 turnovers. Then he proceeded to go into the elimination game, Game 6, 16 points, 6 of 15, shot 40%, got outplayed by Bill Cartwright. Did he choke in 93?
He did not get outplayed by Bill Cartwright in 93. He did not. That did not. Okay, do you realize that's the only series where Michael Jordan was outshot?
That's wild, bro.
Do you realize that's the only series where a player made more field goals in a series than Michael Jordan?
Hey, y'all, hold on. Let's go to 94. Okay, they make the NBA Finals, right? We go to 94. Knicks.
Unbelievable.
Knicks have a 3-2 series lead, right? You have the chance to bring this ship home, right? What is
Ewing talking about losing,
Game
right?
6. Hold on. Game 6, when Ewing is the man, right?
I love it. I'm glad that we're here.
Hold on one second, King Ro.
Michael Jordan's going to say y'all.
I mean, well, because he lost, so that's why we talking about it. Hold on one second.
The last year of the toxic talk. Jordan's going to end it next year.
Hold on, y'all. Let me go to 94.
Good, nigga.
Hold on. I just told you about how he choked in 93. In 94, they up 3-2 with a chance to win the chip. What does he do in Game 6? 7 of 19 from the field, 0 assists. Then this fool goes into a Game 7 where you think, okay, he's an elite center. He going to show up. This man shoots 7 of 17, 0 assists with 4 turnovers. For the series against the Rockets, he was hot garbage. He shot 36%. It was the worst field goal percentage by a player ever in the NBA Finals. Hold on one second. Patrick Ewing in the NBA Finals shot the worst field goal percentage of any player in NBA history that shot over 100 shots. He shot 36%, right? He got significantly outplayed by Hakeem Olajuwon, dominated when it mattered most. So not only did he choke in 93 when they were up in the series, he choked in 94 when they were up in the series. He is the master choker. That's all he does. All these players, y'all run around, y'all trying to kill LeBron, but the players y'all love
Sir, he had 8 blocks. Hold on. He had 8 blocks in the game.
Hold on 1 second. Let me go to 95 because I just showed y'all he choked in 93. He choked in 94. You would think after 2 straight years of choking, 95 you would get shit together and not choke.
I mean, if Charles Smith, as you said, reversed the layup, we win.
Hold on 1 second. So we go 2 years in a row. I just showed you he choked. 95. What does he do in 1995? Game 7 versus the Pacers. Down 2. Final possession. Ewing pump fakes, drives, misses a wide open point blank finger roll. Knicks lose.
And he had 5 assists since he don't pass the ball.
Hold on. I'm going to give you his stats. Once again, 9 of 20, 4 turnovers, and he lost the game by blowing.
Lamont, you full of it, bro. Lamont, you full of it because you took.
Hold on. 3 years in a row. 93. 94, 95. This motherfucker choked. He was up.
See, Lamont, you good at this. You good at bringing up only the negative, like you say we do. You brought up only the negative. That's foul, Lamont. Come on, bro.
King Ro, hold on 1 second. All I'm doing, King Ro, is I'm talking basketball like
you bringing up only the negative, like you say we do. Now, if we can have a fair.
Hold on, King Ro. Hold on. Don't get mad at me because I'm telling everybody about why Ewing was trash. he was a choker. Like, y'all put all this choking label on all the great players of the day. You can't run around and try to trick me into believing Patrick Ewing was a straight star. He was a choker. He was a much bigger choker than James Harden by the number.
Dude averaged 25 in elimination games.
Don't matter.
See what I'm saying? So when we only bring up the negative, you get mad at us. But you can only bring up the negative about a Hall of Famer like Patrick Ewing.
I got more. Hold on. I got more for you, King Ro. I got more for you.
You're speaking to the preaching to the choir. I'm a Knicks fan.
Watch this.
And I lived this.
Hold on, King Ro. No, you didn't. In 11 elimination games for Patrick Ewing.
He played 26.
Hold on. Listen, in elimination games, that man didn't play no 26 elimination.
Yes, he did.
Okay, I got it right here. He shot 41% from the field. He averaged 20 points a game. He averaged 4 turnovers. And in elimination games, he's 3-8.
No, that's not even true, bro. That's not even true. He is 15 and 12 in elimination games, and he plays them against. First of all, he played. Hold on. He played 3 against Larry Bird. He played.
Hold on. I'm talking about the 90s. I'm talking about in the 90s, King Ro. I'm not talking about no old.
1990, he played against Larry Bird in the first.
So hold on. What we talk about right here, what I'm showing you right here is his true shooting percentage when he plays against elite centers completely drops. His win shares versus elite centers,
unbelievable.
His PER versus elite centers drops. His box plus minus versus elite centers, it drops.
I watched the man dunk on Alonzo Mourning 5 times in a game. So was he not an elite center?
What does that mean?
In a playoff game, he dunked on Alonzo Mourning 5 times. I'm talking about straight chest to chest. His little brother. Come on. You only want to bring up the negative. First of all, you said back the Larry Bird series don't count.
Hold on, King Ro. I know I'm going in.
Lamont got the nerve to be knocking losing.
Hold on. I'm not knocking losing. I'm not knocking. All I'm saying is, hold on. First of all, this is the problem. First of all, y'all, especially Willie and King Ro, y'all want us to follow y'all footsteps on how we talk basketball. Now, all of a sudden, when I'm trying to talk basketball,
I don't only bring up the negative, Lamont.
No, hold on. But there's nothing positive about Ewing's career.
That's bullshit. Because you skipped right over. You even in that game 7, you skipped over him getting 29, 13, and 5. Come on, bro. And said he missed the layup.
Child play.
Your goat in his first finals game went 4 for 16.
Hold on, King Ro. What does doing all of that matter if you blow a wide open layup that can win the series for you?
Bro. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you one question, King Ro. Has LeBron James blown a wide open layup to win or lose a playoff series?
He shot air balls at the free throw line.
Got locked down by Soldier Boy Stevenson and Jason Terry. Come on now.
I'm talking about clutch game-winning layups.
Bro, you're gonna take a man's whole career and go down to one play. One play. Wait a minute. You said hold on, Lamont. You cooked a lot. You said Scottie Pippen was better in it. Remember the famous Scottie Pippen took himself out of the game again, game 3?
What does that have
to do? You
to
realize Scottie Pippen had 2 plays drawn up for him? He missed a shot. The Bulls were up 6. Who did the Knicks go to tie the game?
What does it have to do with Ewing?
That's all because the Knicks went to Ewing for 3 straight buckets. We were down 6. Ewing went and got 3 straight clutch shots on Luke Long.
Hold on. And this is what I mean by Ewing, y'all. Look, when we talk about Ewing's entire career in the totality, hold on, King Ro. When we talk about Ewing's entire career in the totality, because this is one of the centers that y'all parade around in the 90s.
Oh my God.
Ewing was a high usage, low efficiency ball hog. That is a fact.
That is a dumb take, bro.
He is high volume. He's high volume. He had an inefficient shot diet from 10 to 16 feet.
Oh my God. King Ro.
King Ro. King Ro. Can I get to the stats? King Ro for his career from 10 to 16 feet. Since y'all said he had this pretty jump shot from 10 to 16 feet, Ewing shot 39.2%. Right from 16 plus feet, he shot 37%, right? He had a tendency to fade on all his shots, which is why he missed.
That was better than LeBron's percentage.
He has a career. Hold on. He has a career assist to turnover ratio of 1-to-1. That means for every assist he gives, he turns the ball over. Horrible. When his playmaking's in the garbage can, if he decides to pass, it's generally a turnover. It's for a center who got double as often as he did, his ability to find a wide open teammates was non-existent. That's what it says right here on Sports Illustrated. But you also want to know who confirmed that? Anthony Mason confirmed it directly when I was sitting in the barbershop. Said this motherfucker did not pass the ball. Also,
I'm sorry, I love
said the same thing.
We Knicks fan love Mace because Mace shoot. If Ewing was going to pass it out to Mace, was Mace making a 16-footer? No.
Hold on. Mason did have a jump shot. Yes, he did. Did you see the man with Charlotte?
He a jump shot till he got to Charlotte. Did you see that man with Charlotte?
Did you see him with Charlotte?
Yes, he got a jump. He got a 11-footer. 11 foot. Was Mason hitting threes? Was Mason hitting 20-footers? No, Mace was the point guard, but they wouldn't let him play it. Mace was the guy that could facilitate off ball. To sit there and call you in a black hole is just ignorant, man. A lot of cats are mad that you didn't give on the rub or whatever. But at the end of the day, that's just horrible. Okay, look, you can sit there and bloviate about Ewing stats, which is nonsense, because, again, I looked the stats up personally. You said the Larry Bird series didn't count. That was 1990. So if that's in the 90s, he came down from a 2-0 deficit, then had a triple-double in game 4 and 5, hit the corner three. Come on, bro. Like, again, y'all can say you prefer other centers. You're not taking 5 centers today over Patrick Ewing, period. And guess what? We need Patrick Ewing to work with Karl-Anthony Towns on some of the softness in the back end. Because guess what? We had to eat some Karl-Anthony Towns 11-point games against the Pistons, right? See, I don't even like to do this because I'm going at one part of my era to hurt the other era. But come on, you just you skipped over everything positive Ewing done, which is right. And this is the thing, right?
Hey,
this is how it happens. This is how narratives can get around.
Hold on, this is not a narrative. This is Derek Harper, Ewing's teammate.
Oh, Derek Harper, the same one that got thrown out fighting JoJo English, right?
Hold on. Can I?
Yeah, I remember what Derek Harper said on Knicks Fan TV. He said.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it to you. Derek Harper says Oak is talking about because Oakley had doubled down. Oakley had just came out and said Ewing was selfish, and then Derek Harper came out and followed it up. He says, yeah. He says, in my opinion, Patrick is selfish. Patrick is a little different. He takes care of Patrick. That's the bottom line. So he had 2 more teammates come out and call him selfish. Right? Hold on. When you look at what Michael Jordan said about Patrick Ewing, right? So since what Michael, because remember what you said, King Rowe, earlier, what Jordan says is the truth. So if what Jordan says is the truth, Michael Jordan reportedly referred to Ewing as a black hole, according to Sports Rush, implying that once Ewing received the ball, it rarely came back out, highlighting his ball dominant style. That's according to Michael.
So then why did Jordan kick him off the Olympics like he did Isaiah?
Bro, hold on. Why would Michael Jordan call Ewing a black hole?
Look, I'm not going to act like Ewing was goddamn Nikola Jokic or Magic Johnson. No, he was not. He had small hands. But you just, again, it wasn't Ewing's job to get nobody involved. They got supposed to get the ball to him. See, we fucked up when we traded Mark Jackson, because Mark Jackson could tell you this on his show right now. I used to make Ewing a 30-point scorer in his sleep. And that was the issue. We went Derek Harper, but to say that, why did you fight JoJo English? You knew Phil sent him in there to fight with you. Why did you do that? Bro, but Michael Jordan also said that Ewing's Knicks were gonna beat us. I know they were. Like, the league fucked them with that damn Miami suspension. Look, you got me going crazy over this is nonsense, bro. To sit there and say he always struggled against other centers is nonsense.
Hold on, but you literally just said Ewing wasn't a black hole, but Michael Jordan, one of his biggest competitors, says he's a black hole.
Again. Bro, they fucking boys. Look, this is the nonsense, bro. It's not a center's job to make other players better.
They're gonna be mad when Jordan starts talking the way he's gonna be talking. They're gonna hate it, man.
This is crazy, bro. You got me out here. So for those people in the chat, bro, you sat there and did the same shit you accused us of, though, Lamont. You went and skipped over anything positive about Ewing to just Oh, I'm gonna pick this stat up. We can do that. Yo, GOAT went 4 for 16 in his first. Then he
That's
went
not my
2
goat.
for
Jordan's my
18
goat.
in a game
Jordan's my
one.
goat. King Rowe.
Okay,
Jordan.
you're right, Jordan. He's not your GOAT. He's not your GOAT. But the guy you sit here and
We don't
defend
fuck with you.
all day went 2 for 18 in game one against the
We don't fuck
Celtics,
with
bro.
Hey, man.
2 for 18.
Hold
With
on.
7
King Rowe.
turnovers. So we're
King
gonna
Rowe.
just
We're not a
even
zebra.
do that.
King Rowe,
And
I got
I
an
hate
honest
LeBron.
question.
So
Hold on,
We're
King
not
Rowe.
a zebra.
Hold on, y'all. I got an honest question for King Rowe. Honest question. King Rowe. Now, before I pulled up this article, you had just said Ewing was not a black hole. And it was funny that you used
No. First of all, I admit he wasn't the greatest passing center. So don't do that. You do this a lot, LeBron.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's a great passing center. What I'm saying is, before I even mention anything about what Jordan said, you said this is why I think y'all.
I didn't know what I said.
Hold on. And a lot of people probably didn't catch this. I caught it. The reason why I feel like a lot of y'all are scary is because there was a certain language that you used before I even brought this article up. You said, I don't see Patrick Ewing as a black hole, right?
I never said that.
And it's just funny. And it's funny that you use the term black hole when that's exactly what Michael Jordan called Patrick Ewing, as if you knew that Michael Jordan had called Patrick Ewing a black hole.
Black hole, and I never said that. I never act like it's not his responsibility to pass to everybody. You would bail the Knicks out of bad offensive sets all the time. Like, again, you sat there, you called my whole team trash, right? It was funny. You ran up into Mason. Mason was on those teams. So why was Mason trash? Then you want to tell me, Mason was in Charlotte. Come on, bro. This is nonsense. But see, I mean, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Make the right play, blah, blah, blah. It really, when we look at it, you say Scottie Pippen was better than why? Because he dunked on him once. Scottie Pippen was horrible in elimination games, but nobody said this, right? And they'll say he saved Jordan's career. Like, I like facts. If this is FYF,
exactly. We only like facts. We only like LeBron fans like fiction. We like facts, just give us the facts and we good.
Hey, hold on. Lamar did was skip over every Ewing monster game.
King Rowe.
He went to the one bad moment.
Y'all talking with each other. Hold on. The fact is, Pippen's a much better winner than Patrick Ewing.
No, Pippen played with the GOAT. That's why.
Hold on.
I'm always muted.
Hold on 1 second. No, I'm gonna let you go, Willie. I'm talking to King Rowe right now.
Yeah.
The fact is that
30
Pippen,
minutes.
The fact is Pippen had a better career in the 90s than Patrick Ewing.
No,
he had more team. He had more team success. He had more team success. He was a better overall player on both sides of the court.
No, he wasn't.
A better teammate.
Was it?
And so,
he took himself out of the game because he wasn't getting a shot.
Hold on.
See what I'm saying? Like, if we're gonna do it right.
And King Rowe, hold on 1 second, King Rowe. And what supports it are the results, because Pippen's results are superior to Patrick Ewing.
Pippen shot 39% in elimination games. I looked the numbers myself.
Hold on. But the problem is bringing up his offense. That wasn't his strong suit. His defense was his strong suit. Pippen's defense was always there. Hold on.
But you didn't mention Patrick Ewing's defense.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Pippen's defense and playmaking was always there. Nobody looked at Pippen and said, we need you to be highly efficient tonight and drop 30.
He did in 94.
Hold on. He was asked to be there defensively and playmaking wise, and he was always there. And you don't even want to talk about what he used to do to the Knicks offensively, because he's had some of his great playoff performances offensively all time.
Let's talk about him. Look up the numbers. Look up the numbers.
Versus your Knicks.
You mean when Xavier McDaniel was taking his heart in 92? Look at his numbers in 93. They weren't that great. Wow. 94, he shot 8 for 22 in Game 7. He went out and played him in Game 7.
Oh wow.
Like, there's this over-glorification, and I know it's easy, low-hanging fruit to shit on Ewing, but we talking about a first ballot Hall of Famer.
No, he's
Don't
not.
ask Shaq about Ewing. Go ask Ben. Come on, bro.
Hey, hold on. Hey, right quick. Hey, like, listen, like, look. I'm from the Triple D, so I'm from Dallas.
Here
So
go
I got
right
a
here.
quick question.
Here go right
so
here.
is Dirk Nowitzki a better player overall than Patrick Ewing? Because I'm
Yes.
exactly.
Now we hot.
Who said he's not?
I say he's not. You think? Wait a minute. You think that Patrick Ewing could have been guarded by Matt Barnes?
No.
Or winning an MVP? They guarded this nigga with Matt Barnes.
Patrick Ewing a better center than Dirk Nowitzki, and that's not even.
Well, number one, he's a better center because yes, he is a center. Dirk is a power forward, but Dirk had nothing for you on defense. Dirk got beaten the first round of the first team as the MVP, guarded by Matt Barnes. That's the prelude to small ball that they play tonight. They would never play small ball.
They played Dirk like that because of his skills. What do you mean, like
skills? So why didn't he take a motherfucker to the woodshed and go down low and get some buckets?
Hold on.
Wait, what year are you talking about? What year are you talking about?
Hey, y'all, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let's just start with this right here. I'm gonna tell y'all one of the biggest myths about Ewing. Ewing didn't play defense like that. That's a lie.
He didn't play defense.
No. Just because Ewing got a few blocks here and there against some bum guards.
The Knicks were the best defensive team. They would never let less
being
than
the best
top four
defensive team don't have nothing to do. Being the best defensive team in the 90s has nothing to do with
Hold on, y'all talk about defensive anchor. He was the anchor of the best defensive team of the 90s.
He was not the anchor. He was not the anchor.
Oh, who was the anchor? Charles Oakley?
He was a rim protector. He was not an anchor.
Oh my God, bro.
Ewing was overrated, bro.
He wasn't the anchor.
Ewing was overrated.
Yeah, Ben Gundy would tell you he's not the anchor.
Hold on. You wanted to know.
What did Jeff Van Gundy
won a
say?
championship as a
Hold on, y'all. Okay, y'all. Hold on. Let me give King Rowe these numbers. Hold on, King Rowe. I'm giving you these numbers. King Rowe wanted to know what Pippen used to do to y'all. Pippen in the 1993 conference finals averaged 22, 7, and 4. Pippen in 1994 averaged 22, 7, and 4. Pippen had some of his greatest playoff performances ever versus the Knicks. 29 and 10, game 3 of 1993, 24 points in 93 as well. 38 and 8 in 94. Some of his greatest playoff performances, man. He used to shit on the Knicks. Y'all was light work to him, man.
Right. Why do you skip 99 too?
Bro, like, listen.
Can you hear me, bro?
Why would I skip 99? Dude, Pippen wasn't with the Bulls in 99.
Right. No, I said 92. 92.
I can go to all that. I'm not trying to pull up his whole career.
That's what I'm saying. Why did you skip that?
I didn't skip it. I'm just giving you some games as an example. Yeah, Twin Man. No, hold on. I'm going to let you go, Twin Man, because you just pulled up. But my biggest thing is
I'll go after him.
What I hate is when, like, for example, when you hear people talk about today's players, right? For example, when King Rowe talked about Darius Garland earlier in the turf toe, the first thing he alluded to with Garland, even though Garland has been the catalyst for Cleveland being great all year long, even though Garland has completely changed this game to help turn Cleveland into the number 1 seed in the East, the first thing that he said about Darius Garland when we talked today, he had tried to allude to Darius Garland being soft. He did not talk about or push the positivity. He just alluded to the fact that he was being soft because he set out with turf toe, and because he's never had turf toe, he thinks that you can play through it like you play through an ankle injury. But see, with Darius Garland, he led with the bullshit. But when I talk about Ewing, he getting mad at me when I lead with the bullshit. And we all know that Ewing's career is filled with a whole bunch of bullshit because that motherfucker used to choke all the time. Yep. He choked all the time. He sold all the I mean, if you think about some of the biggest if you think about
with the bullshit, I'm telling you what a Cavs fan will think when he's
King Rowe. That's not what Cavs fans are thinking. Because the one thing I do know with the Knicks is when you talk about superstars, because Nick Ewing was considered a superstar in the 90s.
Now, he was considered once he won.
When you talk
about
hold on. You got to hear my point. When you talk about superstars, and when you talk about, because obviously now we have to grade superstars on a different echelon. When you talk about superstars that have folded the most when it matters most, Ewing is top 5.
I don't understand this, bro. I really don't.
Is Ewing not top 5 among
No, it's not.
superstars?
No, it's not, because I got his numbers in elimination games. Again, Ewing never played with another Hall of Famer. But okay, Lamont, answer this question. What Hall of Famer did Ewing ever play with in any point of his career?
He played in the 90s. He didn't need one.
What Hall of Famer did he play with on his team?
Why does he need another Hall of Famer?
Because everybody does. Because who won without another? Give me another all-time great that won a championship without a Hall of Fame. Akeem, right?
Akeem in '94. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, Jason Kidd. But then Akeem had Clyde Drexler. Here's the thing, sir. No, here's what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about,
Akeem got a Hall of Famer. Ewing never got a Hall of Famer in his prime at all. He never got a Hall of. Matter of fact, no, he did play with one, Mo Cheeks, for 3 months. And we traded Rod Strickland, a player we should have kept.
Bro, these are excuses. These are excuses.
But wait a minute. No, how was the excuses?
This is excuses, ain't it?
Shit, if you want to talk about more recently, I mean, y'all just won a championship.
They are facts, but they're still excuses. Those are facts, but it's still excuses.
Everybody on the panel, we're going to treat King Rowe's arguments just like they treat anyone's argument when you're debating LeBron James. Whenever he tries to apply,
framing arguments that no one ever made.
Hold on, y'all. Whenever he tries to apply any type of logic that might bring context, what we're going to do is we're going to pretend we're Willie. We're going to pretend that we're these Jordan fans.
Not Jordan fans. I'm not a Jordan fan. I'm a Knicks fan.
Because the whole article was about Jordan coming to NBC to address his own fan base and how delusional they are. So what we're doing is we're showing you why Jordan's coming to rectify y'all bullshit. Because the same way, hold on. King Rowe, listen to what I'm saying, King Rowe. The same way that I'm arguing against Patrick Ewing is the same way that y'all try to argue against players of the day.
Let me do what you said against you, Lamont.
Hold on, King Rowe. See, so this is why Jordan is coming down from his high horse to rectify y'all Jordan fans. Because when I start to attack your favorite player in Patrick Ewing the same way you attack players today, your blood pressure going up, all types of crazy.
Because you lie a lot, Lamont. You straight up lie. I know you're gonna clip this up. And that's cool. I'm just cool. But while you said I killed Darius Garland, guess what? You just called Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell and everybody else on that Cavs team bum because they don't have a championship and they choke when it matters.
I didn't call them. No, what I did was
they don't have a championship, right?
Hold on, King Rowe. Think of it. Listen to what I just told you. I've been doing. I'm arguing against Ewing the same way you argue against players.
No, that's not fair though. Because one thing I don't do is only go to the negative. I sat there and said yes. Okay, guess what? Ewing had horrible knees his whole career. How many playoff games did he miss? If we're going to do it, point by point, you talk about missing one layup in a game where he had 29, 13, and 5 and had to erase a 3-1 deficit that his teammates put him in because they were the one throwing the ball away and giving it to Reggie Miller. Come on now, let's be fair. Like let's talk facts. Every player in the league that played for let's say 7-8 years. They don't have a championship yet. They're bummed.
King Rowe, what does your stat line mean if you miss a wide open layup that can tie the game?
Bro, again, first of all, it wasn't wide open. Rick Smith is there. He had to get by. Go look at the play again. He had to get by a few guys. Plus, he
missed an easy layup, bro.
He missed it. Guess what? And he made others. That's the thing. If we're going to do that, then we can break down anybody, including the guys y'all like. Magic Johnson dribbled out the clock.
Is Ewing one of the biggest chokers in NBA history in terms of like superstars and shit?
If you win the biggest choker, because I said
one of the biggest.
How? When he's 25-12 in elimination games.
What was Ewing in Game 7 against the Rockets?
He was 6 for 20. He was 6 for 20, but he had 14 rebounds, 17 points, something like that. Again, he's a grinded out. It ain't easy to score on Hakeem Olajuwon.
So in other words, hold on, King Rowe. Let me speak, brother. Let me speak.
Go ahead.
So in other words, you're gonna basically dismiss that, but then you want us to glossify over the fact that he had 29 and 10 in Game 7 against the Pacers and missed a wide open layup. Listen,
So
Patrick
one
Ewing
bad
was
game, one
overrated,
great
bro.
game.
Come on, man.
Hold on, sir. But one bad game, one great game. Because I'm gonna show you another one where he had damn near a triple double against Larry Bird and Brooke Parrish and McHale. See, this is what I'm saying. We can always, for anybody, just go right to the negative. I can go to LeBron going 2 for 18 against the Celtics. Matter of fact, there's a whole top 10. His jokes are horrible. No, but am I going to then sit there and say, "Oh, LeBron, that was showed up"?
So King Rowe.
Never talk about Game 6 against the Celtics.
So hold on,
in 2012.
King Rowe. Just so we can progress along. Is it safe to say it's not fair to argue from when we talk about great players from the negative?
Again, Lamont. I think Garland is a terrific player. I think Garland is a terrific player. I did not only do. See what I'm saying? You want to say, like, if we bring up anything negative, then it's bad. But see, you just went and you won't even call him a superstar, which is nonsense.
Ewing?
Okay, but that's your tactic, and you think that. But see, again, if we sit there and say anything negative about any player today, we're hating on the whole game. Like, come, bro, this is competition. There's going to be players that are going to get loved. There's going to be players that they hated on. There's going to be players that do great. There's going to be players that shit the bed. It is what it is. If we point that out, are we haters? See, that's what you guys do in this era. Y'all say we can't say anything negative about anybody, or therefore we're hating. It's nonsense.
That's not what we said, King Rowe.
That's the narrative you try to, because you just said, because I said something about.
Throws it to Ewing. Ewing surrounded. 2 seconds to shoot. He drives. He shoots. He missed. He missed. He missed. We win the bell, baby. Ding dong.
Boy, Reggie Miller missed 2 free throws and would have sent the Pacers to the final.
Man, missed a wide open layup.
Harper to get it in. Throws it to Ewing. Ewing surrounded. 2 seconds to shoot. He drives. He shoots. He missed. He missed. He missed. We win the bell, baby. Ding dong, the win you stand. Ding dong, the win you stand.
Man, smoked a wide open layup.
Lamont, hold on.
Wide open layup. Reggie Miller missed 2 wide open free throws. That's it.
Hold on. If we're gonna go with the narrative that most Jordan fans use, isn't it soft to go up for a finger roll as a 7-footer when you have a wide open dunk? Why didn't you just?
But it wasn't wide open. It was Dale Davis there to meet him. Dale Davis
was nobody there.
There was nobody.
Get it in. Throws it to Ewing. Ewing surrounded. 2 seconds to shoot. He drives. He shoots. He missed. He missed. He missed. We win the bell, baby. Ding dong, the win you stand.
Dale Davis was in the paint the whole time.
That was good defense by the Pacers?
No, it wasn't, bro. Hey, listen, hold on. Hey, Lamont.
Look, because it's so easy. And again, bro, I'm a Knicks fan, about to close out the Celtics tonight, about to turn the game on. Bro, listen. Hey, look, it is what it is, bro. I had to, again, this me being passionate. I've been passionate all these years about my team. But let's not tell falsehoods. Because look, when you went to Scottie Pippen's numbers against the Knicks, did you bring up 16 against in 92 when they won the second championship?
Scottie Pippen 6-0.
Oh, Scottie Pippen 6-0. I know, but he played next to the GOAT. I think if you want to play with Jordan was 8-0.
6-0.
I'm just saying. Jordan, matter of fact, Jordan would never beat Bird, but Ewing
6-0.
6-0. Okay, 6-0. I know, but the problem is Scottie Pippen shit the bed many times. 2 points in a game 7.
Hey, Lamont, if Patrick Ewing would have played with Jordan, he would have been Bill Cartwright. Jordan wouldn't have gave him the ball. He would have said that black hole could have never got the ball.
Oh, Jordan would have given him the ball, but Ewing is the black hole. But Ewing is the black hole. Yo, y'all funny. I love this.
Jordan called him the black. I told you Jordan called him the black hole. He called him the black hole. Jordan was not going to pass him the ball. Jordan would have said, get the rebound. Jordan said, you want the ball, get the rebound. That's what Jordan would have said, like he told Bill Cartwright. You want the ball, get the rebound.
You broad sexuals use that all the time. Jordan can't be the GOAT because he never beat Bird. Isaiah beat Bird, but Jordan didn't. See what I'm saying? But Ewing didn't. Nobody knows about it. It just is what it is, bro. This is hilarious. I like what you did, but with Lamont, you contradicted yourself. You contradicted yourself because anybody who plays now is a bum and they win a championship.
No,
because that's
I'm
what you
just
have to
using
do
the
to be
Jordan
great.
logic. Hold on, King Roll.
No, it's not.
Ewing's not.
Hold on, King Roll. Hold on, yeah. King Roll. All I'm doing, because remember, think back to the topic of today. The article that came out about Jordan's intention coming to NBC is primarily to help progress the game forward by getting his fans on the same page with reality. That what we see today is greatness. It looks different, but it's greatness. All of the calling him soft, he's really coming to help change the narrative that his fans are creating. The bad narrative that his fans have created, he's coming to change it. Now, whether you want to believe that or not, you don't have to believe it. We'll just have to wait until he actually starts doing these things, and then you'll be a believer. But what I'm showing you is if we all started arguing the game and talking about players the way y'all talk about players today, look at how up in a ruckus and how high your blood pressure got when we started talking about Ewing. The same
Only
way y'all
because
started
you
talking.
lied, Lamont. See,
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, King Roll. Listen to what I'm saying. First of all, everything that I said was factual. Ewing, I'm gonna tell you everything. Ewing being inefficient in big games, Ewing not coming through in the clutch, Ewing not showing up in big. All of that is all facts. But I can lead with the bullshit for any player and create the same narratives that y'all do. I can create the same narratives if y'all want to. I can paint a picture that Ewing was soft. Ewing is, as a 7-footer, taking all these crazy 7 fadeaways. Why is you taking fadeaways against 6'7" guys in the paint? I can the same narratives and the same way that y'all try to paint these players as soft. And I can paint Ewing just as soft. I can paint Ewing just as much as of a choker if I argue the way y'all argue it. But Jordan is coming to help reform you guys because this is how you guys argue the game. Did you guys argue the game? Like, and,
see, you know what kills me, Lamont?
In a very quick example, when I attacked Ewing the same way you guys attack players today, you blew a gasket. I mean, I'm talking about
because you lied.
What
I
did I
know
lie
the facts
about?
as well as you,
What did I
Lamont.
lie about?
I know the facts the way you looked them up. But
What
you
did I lie
lied.
about?
You skipped over greatness. Now look, we could sit there. All right, the finger roll. Obviously, I saw the finger roll live. Again, I realized what he did in that game. I realized what he did to get us back in that series. But that's what I'm saying. See, like if you're gonna sit there, it goes both ways. If we're gonna sit here, it's like okay, the Jason Tatum thing, right? Are we gonna sit there after watching Jason Tatum in Game 4? The way he played, and then actually go tear his Achilles going, trying to recover from that bad pass? Are we going to sit there and say, oh, he was shitty in this series? Well, he played shitty in 2 games, right? But should that be the narrative?
That's how you guys talk the game.
Nah, that's not how I talk the game. I tell the truth. That's the problem. And that's what I said. If you want to say the first thing I said Jordan's going to come to tell the truth. And guess what? That's what the last dance did. No, here's the thing.
Hold on, King Roll, because now we just talk about a whole bunch. I want to talk about the games because we talked about how Ewing choked in 93. We talked about how Ewing choked in 94. We talked about how Ewing choked in 95. If we go to 1992, didn't Ewing choke in 1992 as well when the Knicks had a chance?
Did anybody expect the Bull? Did the Bulls won 67 games? Anybody expect the Knicks to give them a series?
Can I finish, King Roll? Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Because I bet Knicks fans expected them to come through. In 1992, Ewing had a chance to go up 2-0 on none other than Michael Jordan's Chicago Bulls. But what happened? What happened? What did Ewing do late game? Right? What did he do late game that cost him that game too, where they had a chance to take a significant edge in the series?
You tell me. That's one game I didn't see. I did see Game 7. I saw Game 5. I do also remember X-Man absolutely bottling up Scottie Pippen, the guy you said was always better than. But let's go. Tell me what he did, because I didn't know.
I mean, I thought y'all watched IWG.
I'm 13 years old. I didn't have cable at the time. I didn't see every game.
Well, I'm telling you right now, he didn't score late game, and he missed a crucial shot that could have gave the Knicks the lead. So he turned what could have been a good game into a horrendous game.
Every missed shot means you're a bum, right?
No, I'm just talking the game the way y'all talk the game, King Roll.
I'm just saying because
every missed shot
in that famous Game 3.
Hold on.
Scottie in that famous Game 3 missed 2.
King Roll. So basically, King Ro, are you saying the way I'm talking about Ewing, is it not fair?
It's never fair to put everything on one player, as you know.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Also unfair.
King Ro, let's just stop right there. King Ro.
Go ahead.
The crazy thing about it is you so caught up in your feelings about this Ewing thing is that you actually
caught up with the lie.
Hold on, listen.
I see what you're doing, and I'm mad at myself.
King Ro. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go next.
I'm not gonna be up here long.
King Ro, all I'm saying is this. I'm just talking the game the way y'all talk the game, and you blowing a head gasket.
Facts.
You so
I'm going a lie. So if anything is a lie, I'm going to blow a head gasket.
Okay, King Ro.
Lamont, please.
Go ahead,
please
Twin.
let me go. Please let me go. King Ro. Lamont already knows Patrick Ewing is an all-time great. As soon as he started doing it, I'm in the gym in the sauna listening to this. And I'm like, King Ro ain't figure it out. He can't see he's doing what YouTubers literally do to NBA players.
Let him finish.
Hold on, bro. Let me finish. Lamont was literally doing what YouTubers do to NBA players today. They lead with the negative. They lean on the negative. They only push the negative. They're not going to talk. King Ro, you're not wrong. Did Patrick Ewing get us back in those series? Did he get us back in those games? Absolutely. But did he blow a bunch of games? Absolutely. And I'm a Knicks fanatic from New York.
Completely agree, sir.
When Lamont just played that play of him missing that layup, I understand why he missed that layup. It was a short shot clock. He had to get it up quick. If he takes another step, he could have dunked it. He was just trying to get the ball up. Lamont know that was a tough single roll for a 7-footer off the dribble to make.
And so does every other Knicks fan, but I've had to argue it for 30 fucking years, bro. Look, look. This
You're still missing the point, though.
No, I get the point, Lamont. I'm clever as you. I'm more clever than you realize.
No, you still don't get it.
I do get it. Go ahead, I'm listening.
He's literally just doing what every YouTuber does to LeBron James, Kawhi Leonard, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry. He's diminishing an all-time greatness to show you how people talk about players today is just wrong.
He's right.
Lamont's not
Okay,
dumb.
I get
He's
that
not
part.
dumb.
I completely get that part. But you talk about these. How many? Okay, let's name names then. Which YouTuber actually lies and omits facts to denigrate a player?
TV, Dreamers Pro, Scap Attack.
Michael Jordan fans are the best. Scap Attack. Too long for TV. Unsmart hoops.
These are my homies.
The hungry man.
That's not true. You guys do this over here more than, and I get you're trying to use reverse psychology.
You just say, how you gonna ask us
Do
to
you
give us
listen to
names?
Ticket TV, bro?
Come on, bro.
I watch that content. I watch that content. I watch you guys' content. You guys do it more than them. Way more. Because guess what? You're making the case of an inferior resume.
Ticket TV. You had fucking Ticket TV.
I don't watch Ticket no more.
Jason Terry and JJ Barrera outplayed LeBron James, even though the game plan was for D Wade to be the primary scorer.
Casino for life.
Bro, I'll be on Casino panel for they don't lie, sir. Okay.
Zesty Fitness and Rants. All those dudes are liars, bro. All of them are liars, bro.
I would love, because again, LeBron, I saw you skip over. You
Michael Jordan fans are the worst.
You skipped over 2 Pippen series. You went straight to 93, not realizing that Pippen wasn't that great 92, 192.
I name them all. Bring them up. 20v1.
I got you. I know you know.
I give a shout out. I got to give a shout out real quick, y'all. Let me give a shout out to H-Town Black coming through in the super chat. And again, appreciate you, H-Town Black, one of the longtime supporters of the channel, always coming through to support the channel. He didn't leave a message, but he's just coming through to support. Make sure y'all, man, if you want to send a super chat, the super chat link is at the top, pinned to the comment section. Just hit that link. It'll take you over to FYF Sports Clips. You can send a super chat, or you can just hit the Cash App to support. But let's go ahead and keep cooking. But no, King Ro, I
got you. I saw what you did. I get what you did. I get it. I love, see, me, my thing, I like to, when people make a claim, I like to come with the facts. At the end of the day, you're right. you know what? Ewing is great. Ewing has some show, but this is the thing. This happens with everybody. We all look. If you guys can sit there, and I think that's what it is. Jordan's going to tell you, "Oh, yo, look, there was some mistakes I made early in my career. Probably going to come out there and there were some mistakes I made. Now he's not going. Jordan's not the guy to say, "Oh, I'd score 63." He ain't the type. That's not like let people talk about let other people talk about your greatness. Jordan, like I said, Jordan is going to sell the league the way it needs to be sold, because I think one problem with Disney is they only push 3 players. When there's there's a lot. Like I want to see LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball should be on national TV.
You don't, man. Don't nobody want to see no Charlotte Hornets, man. Stop it, man.
See, that's the problem. See, that's what I'm saying. Though.
Hold on, King Rowe. Go ahead. Let's be honest. Right? There are a handful of teams that are right now just the most entertaining teams to watch. Just like in the 90s, everybody wanted to watch the Bulls, right? There were even times when people wanted to watch the Knicks and Pacers, but the Bulls were the team to watch. Let's not pretend that you really want to see no goddamn LaMelo Ball and the sorry ass Charlotte Hornets. Y'all don't want to watch no Charlotte Hornets basketball, man.
I just want to see him a
no,
little.
Y'all don't, man. But Charlotte is trash, man. Nobody wants to watch
LaMelo's a terrific player. Don't get enough.
LaMelo looks like a good player on a horrible team, and it's bad basketball. Nobody watches Charlotte, man.
But wait a minute. We can't say no. There's no bad basketball today, right?
Bro, no, nobody says that. Obviously, in every era of basketball, there are bad teams that play. Like, for example, in the 90s, the Celtics, hot garbage. The Clippers, hot garbage. The Mavericks, hot garbage. The Nuggets for a time, hot garbage. The Memphis Grizzlies for a time, hot garbage. There were a lot of teams that were at the bottom of the barrel, hot garbage teams.
But you know what?
Y'all try to make the 90s seem like every team was a defensive juggernaut, every team was an offensive juggernaut, and every team
there were bad teams. They were better. Yeah, there were bad teams.
No, the 90s had the most sorriest teams ever in NBA history. The 90s had the most 60 loss teams in NBA history. The 90s, for 5 separate years, 20% of the league lost 60 games. Y'all had the most losingest, sorriest teams in NBA history in the 90s.
But see,
the 90s is
facts.
But
the point. Okay, so look, what were the Washington Wizards this year? Awful, right? Okay, it's going to be bad. But even on those bad teams, if you put them on TV once, you might have saw it like, okay, the Grizzlies back then. Sharif Abdul-Rahim was sick.
You're still missing the point, King Rowe.
I got you.
What I'm saying is, it's 90s fans that try to make it seem like the 90s was the most competitive, toughest era ever. But y'all failed to tell us that not only was the 90s not good, it was the most least competitive era of all the eras. You had the most losingest teams in NBA history. You had the most expansion teams in NBA history, right? You had the least diversity because it was the hardest era to go attain talent or acquire talent to make your team better. So basically, once the 90s started, you were essentially locked into what you had. So at the end of the day, it was the least competitive. It was the least parity. It was too hard to make your team better. You had coaches and everybody crying and complaining, trying to change the CBA quick, fast, in a hurry. It was one of the reasons why your Knicks can never get better. One of the reasons why y'all couldn't.
And he said that too, right? He said no Hall of Famers, right? Patrick had no Hall of Fame teammates. He said they couldn't. And it's not because the Knicks didn't want to go get these players. It was because the way the league was structured, the good players couldn't leave their teams. For example, Ewing wanted to leave the Knicks. I'm sure you know this. You know why Ewing didn't leave? Because Ewing said, fuck, if I leave, I got to go take the league minimum for a whole year before that team gets my bird rights and I can get paid. There was only a handful of players that had the balls to go do it. When Horace Grant left the Bulls, that first year with Orlando, he was playing for minimum contract money. That second year was when he got paid with Orlando when they got his bird rights. So you would have to have balls to leave your team in the 90s because you had to go play for pennies and hope.
But tell the whole story, Lamont.
That's the whole story.
No. In 1996, the league's money blew up where you started getting $10, $15 million contracts.
No, the salary cap didn't matter because players couldn't leave their team because if they left their team, a player like Ewing, if he left, the other team could only get them bird rights if he stayed with that team for a year. Meaning, listen to what I'm saying, King Rowe. If Ewing, for example, left the Knicks, and let's say he went to the Clippers, He would have had to play for that team 1 year on a minimum contract, and he would have to wait a year to get paid. Nobody wanted to sit around and not get paid for a whole year.
Of course.
Again, there were only a handful. At the end of the day, when Reggie wanted to leave the Pacers, right? When all these players who wanted to leave, they only did not leave, not because of loyalty or because of competition. They only didn't leave because nobody wanted to run around as a superstar and get paid league minimum for a year. You're risking too much. So they just say, fuck it. We're going to thug it out on this sorry team that can't get better. That's why the Utah Jazz couldn't get better. Jerry Sloan complained about it. How the hell are we supposed to get better? How are we supposed to get when you're giving all the draft compensation to all these expansion teams? The best player that Utah Jazz picked up during their battles with the Bulls was Howard Isley. They couldn't get no better than a goddamn Howard Isley.
Well, they got Hornacek eventually.
Hornacek was old and washed up after he left Philly.
You dropping 16, 17.
Man,
Okay.
Man, he's trashing NBA Jam, man.
But okay, here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. The money had blown up.
It's not about the money. It's about the player movement. The players could not.
I got you, but okay, you're right. So
we know that
when y'all say expansion,
hold on, King Rowe. We know that teams could play players whatever they wanted because when Jordan asked for $30 million a year,
he
gave him 30. So it's not about the money; it was about the mobility. They could not leave because of the bird right situation. So when y'all say loyalty, it wasn't loyalty; it was the owners with these bird right rules. When the bird right rules got changed, what did we started seeing? We started seeing an influx of players like Shaquille O'Neal. How did he leave Orlando? He took his fuck that. I'm going to LA, the bright lights of LA. He was out of there.
Jerry West gave $100 million as well, which was unheard of.
But would Shaq have left Orlando if they had the 90 CBA rules where he would have had to go to the Lakers on a minimum contract that first year? He wouldn't have went.
I understand that. But again, 96 was the year that the money. Remember how in 2016,
you keep talking about the money. Right? It's not about the money. It's about the bird rights.
No, okay, but you also have
nothing to do with money.
Hey, Lamont, just give him the definition of the bird rights. He doesn't understand the bird rights.
I do, sir. Let's stop doing that. I understand bird rights.
Because it's not about money. The money was there, but you cannot get access to the money until the team gets your bird rights. So Horace Grant, when he went to Orlando had the money to pay him, but they couldn't pay him that first year because they had to keep him for a year to get his bird rights from. And once they had him for a year, they paid him the second year. That's when he got his big deal.
In 1993, right? In 1993, the highest contract in sports was Kirby Puckett for the Twins.
What is that?
I'm going to tell you what it has to do, Lamont. Nobody in sports made more than $3 million before 93. No, it was unheard of for guys to get that amount of money. I know what
has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's nothing.
It does. What I'm trying to tell you is that the actual amount that when Magic signed for $1 million, that was unheard of. So again, when it came normalized to give guys for the whole Scottie Pippen thing, he signed his deal in 1990 and he had to play on an 8-year deal. Remember that? He didn't get a new deal until 1998 because he had to sit with an 8-year contract deal. They didn't have, so all of the things that happened in the 90s made way for how the game is now with the salaries. Because it was unheard of for a guy to make $10 million in any sport. That's why I brought up Kirby Puckett, because he was the first $3 million player in all of American sports. So now you're going to have $100 million players in a couple of years. That's part of the conditions that make. So when y'all say expansion, okay, yeah, for a couple of years you had bad teams, but you realize those expansion owners had to pay into the league a certain amount of money. So now, as we have it, the money is divided between players and owners, right? Now there's more money in the pool for guys to make.
Hold on. First of all, you're talking about salary cap. This is not about salary cap. Let me answer.
Okay, but we're also talking about the actual what?
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you're not. No, we're not. Let me answer Tyson's question. Tyson says Horace Grant made more with Orlando than he did with his Bulls in the first year. First of all, Tyson, what I want you to do is I want you to go study Horace Grant's first contract because of Horace Grant's first contract, the league made a whole bunch of rule changes. So because of the bird right rule, right? Because of the bird right rule, what did Orlando do when they brought in Horace Grant? Go look at his contract, because when you go look at his contract right here, I'm going to read it to you. It says right here, it says Horace Grant's transition from Chicago Bulls to Orlando in 94 was marked by a series of contractual developments. Initially, Grant agreed to a 6-year, $22 million contract that included a player option after the first year. However, the NBA voided this agreement, citing concerns that it circumvented the league's salary cap rules. Right. Subsequently, he ended up signing a 5-year deal. Now, think about it. The deal changed from a 6-year deal to a 5-year deal. Right. It turned into a 5-year deal because what did they ultimately end up doing with his money? They paid him minimum money for the first year until Orlando could officially get his full bird rights the second year. And that 6-year contract turned into what is a 5-year contract where the 5 years is where he got his money, not the initial 6 years. This is what happened. This is the facts. They tried to finesse it. They got caught. The league made him switch it up and do it right. That's what he did. He did not make money his first year with Orlando. But the reason why they did a player option instead of a team option is to make sure he controlled his destiny. Because with the player option, what player in their right mind who that first year is making bare minimum money is going to opt out? Of course, he's going to opt into the rest of the deal because the rest of the deal is all of the money.
See, Lamont, I have to correct you. Because I'm looking at Orlando. The first year Horace in Orlando right now, there were guys. Brooks Thompson made $650.
I'm not talking about.
But see, you said league minimum. No, he didn't make minimum.
Nobody's talking about no. Hold on. What I'm talking about is he made far less than what a player
he could have made. I got that point. Because Shaq was making 4.8.
Listen to what I'm saying. Shaq was still on a rookie deal.
I got it.
Listen to what I'm saying. So don't include Shaq's money. Shaq's on a rookie deal. Don't include Penny's money. Don't include the guys that are on rookie deals. We talk about Horace Grant. The Orlando tried to circumvent salary cap rules by giving him a 6-year deal.
Got it.
He caught them. He had to completely change up how he got paid. So that first year that he was playing, they gave him a player option where he did not make the money he should have been making on a year-by-year salary. He had to opt into the rest of that money, right? Mm-hmm. He had to opt into it for after the first year. Think about it, because remember, his deal was initially a 6-year deal.
6-year deal, yeah.
They had to change the contract, turn it into a 5-year deal with a player option, to where once he opts in, he gets all of his $22 million. Once he opts in, he wasn't going to be making his annual salary of that $22 million that first year.
Yeah, got it.
That the league made it too hard for players to switch around and move teams with the CBA as it was constructed. Orlando had to try to finesse to just get Horace Grant.
I got it. But he still was getting market value at the time. Again, 96, everything blows up. He became the first $10 million man in basketball, right? Was he not? Was he not?
He wasn't making $10 million a year his first year.
No, I know. I said in 96 because of that same thing. I followed you on that. Then his contract blew up to $14 million by 96 and 97.
But that is want. Okay, so think about what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. His contract blew up once he opted in, but the first year when he got to Orlando,
he had to take. I get it.
He was not making that. It didn't blow up until after that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can only, if you don't have a player's bird rights, there's a cap on how much you can pay that player.
You can pay, yes, I got that.
So the cap on how much they could pay, there was a cap on how much they could pay Horace Grant until Orlando acquired his bird rights. Once they acquired his bird rights, then he can explode and make all of the money that we talking about.
Okay. But let's get forward to today. The owners have done something now, or whatever, whoever came up with the aprons, right? So now Boston is facing breaking up their team because it's going to cost the new owners $500 million with the cap, luxury tax, and all of that to field their team. If they got to sign Al Horford, their team is going to cost $500 million. So it's like these salary cap rules it's always been a back and forth, right? The players and mind you, Ewing and Jordan were big in the players union back then. They fought to get the salaries up. And then Jordan took the 30. Remember the 98 lockout was about, if we pay Jordan $30 million, the guy who had let's just say the Mavericks, they didn't want to pay Jason Kidd $30 million because Jordan made $30 million. So that's why they came up with the max salary, right? Max salary didn't come until the 99 lockout.
Is that true or false?
You keep talking about max contracts. I'm talking
Max
about player
contract didn't come
mobility.
into 98.
Listen, hold on, real quick,
Go ahead.
Max contracts and player mobility are two different things. I'm talking about player mobility. I'm talking about a player having the freedom to go choose where he goes to play so he can change the trajectory of his legacy. What we've seen in this era is we've seen players take their legacy into their own hands. They are not going to sit back and wait for some owner to build a championship contender. They said, if you ain't going to do it, I'm going to go to somebody that will. This is the first era that we've seen players take advantage of player mobility. When in previous eras, there was no player mobility because it was too restrictive.
It was
That's all I'm
different.
saying.
It was, yeah, I got what you mean, but it was different. They players did more, like he left the Bulls to go to Orlando, right? And at that same time, he was making more than Scottie Pippen.
Horace Grant would have gladly stayed with the Bulls, but the way the CBA was constructed, to prevent a team's good players from just leaving, because it was constructed in a way to keep good players on the same team.
Right? Agree.
But it also by default gave the owners an advantage. They could then significantly underpay those same players.
Of course.
So the fact that the CBA restricted good players from leaving because they would have to take significantly less money than what their value is if they did leave.
Mm-hmm.
But then it also allowed owners, well, I got you here. Now I can underpay you, and I know you can't go anywhere because the other team won't have your bird rights. So at the end of the day, it was all advantage owners. And this is why you had so many.
You had to fight that, and that's the thing. That's what they did.
So
remember, there was labor fights in every sport.
But it's not about caps, and it's just about player mobility. And so this is why today, if Giannis wants to leave and he wants to go somewhere that's doing a much better job at building a winner, who am I to run around and say, oh, if he leaves the Bucks, it's going to impact his legacy? No.
All right.
Take your legacy into your own hands.
Lamont,
as we've seen, owners don't give a damn about your legacy. GMs don't give a damn about your legacy. They don't care about it. These motherfuckers will trade you or waive you. So at the end of the day, this is another era where what is one of the most common critiques of players today?
They're not loyal. They're not loyal.
What I'm saying is, hold on, but King Rowe, where does that narrative typically stem from? From what fan base?
Old heads. I got you. Old heads. I'm gonna cop to it. See, I can cop to something. I understand the same thing with the labor fights and everything like you. One thing I never do, I can make a million arguments. I've never criticized LeBron for using his right to free agency. Because real talking, like I said, throughout all sports, free agency was a right that was fought for by the players. They had Kurt Flood in baseball, right? There was no such thing as free agency in any sport. You would sign to whoever drafted you, right? At the end of the day, I will never make an argument against anybody doing anything, whatever they want for their career. I can make a lot of anti-LeBron arguments. I will never.
I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna show you Horace Grant. I'm gonna show. I'm just gonna because this is the best way to show him the logical flow of what.
Horace got paid good, bro.
No, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show him because I just don't think people understand what Horace Grant had to do. Okay, so just the logical flow. The reason why Horace Grant is applicable is because of this. Hold on, somebody has some background noise. It says right here, Horace Grant's and the Magic initially agreed to a 6-year, $22.3 million deal with the player opt-out after year 1 and a massive pay bump starting year 2. Okay. The first year's salary was set low, around $1 million, to fit under Orlando's limited salary cap room for the season. Right? Because what is it? Remember what bird rights. If you don't have a player's bird rights, you cannot go over the salary cap to keep them. You remember, think about the importance of bird rights here. You cannot go over the salary cap to acquire a player if you don't have their bird rights. The NBA voided the deal arguing it circumvented the salary cap by effectively being a deferred payment agreement, where Horace Grant took cheap first-year salary with a wink-wink deal that he'd be heavily paid later. It said this was seen to circumvent the cap, something the league was cracking down on during the 90s. They revised the deal. The Magic and Grant restructured the contract to a legal 5-year deal, with the first-year salary still being reduced to fit under the cap. So the reason why Horace Grant had to take less money is because the CBA did not allow you to pay him until you acquired his full bird rights, and then you can go over the cap to retain him. It just no longer had an early opt-out clause or the same backloaded promises, right? Even Horace Grant himself says the money wasn't the biggest factor. So because Horace Grant was willing to leave the Bulls and not worry about the money, he could operate and make almost $1 million a year that first year. He said he wanted to be a leader on a young team and help build something in Orlando. Says Horace Grant took less in year one because the Magic had limited hard cap space and tried to use creative structure that the NBA flagged and nullified because of the bird right rules that we are talking about here. This is not rocket science, man. This is not rocket science, y'all. This is Horace Grant was one of the first to have balls to go take less and risk it all. That's all it was. No, Herm, he actually in year one, after the NBA restructured it, he actually ended up making about $1 million. It wasn't $2 million.
And that's a part of because he hated Michael Jordan as well.
I mean, but of course, the way the CBA was drafted, it made players bitter. Pippen was bitter with the Chicago Bulls because they weren't gonna. They had nothing to motivate them to pay him more. Pippen was like the 150th highest paid player, but he was a top 10 player in the league. Rookies were coming in making more than Scottie Pippen. And it allowed teams to operate in bad faith. So teams could collect a whole bunch of money, but there was no penalty for cheating the players. There was no threat that the player could leave. You could just underpay a whole bunch of guys, and it would be extremely difficult for them to leave because of the bird rights issue.
They good at this, Lamont. They good at deflection, Lamont. They're really good at it. How we go from Michael Jordan schooling them about basketball to all of this about Patrick Ewing?
Because I had to show them, I had to literally show them with Patrick Ewing how it feels to tear it out on his player, talking about clutch this, clutch that, miss shot here, miss shot that, and then all of a sudden this man go into full Mortal Kombat mode trying to protect Patrick Ewing. But in the same breath, he'll get mad at a LeBron James fan who tries to defend LeBron in the same manner when people try to attack LeBron in the same manner and pretend as if this man ain't done nothing great in his career. They just proved my point.
Oh, they are in trouble, man. NBC is going to change the way we talk basketball. It's going to be great. They're going to talk from a player's perspective, and then we're going to get some good what's it called too? Some good journalism. Like they're not gonna do the ESPN stuff. They're not gonna stick to that, round table debate nonsense stuff. Like they're really gonna bring real journalism back. At least that's what I think.
I have a feeling in about a year as we wrap this up, that once Jordan starts doing games, we'll revisit this conversation in about a year. They're gonna be people and they're gonna be channels that saying Jordan is getting paid by Clutch Sports.
Oh, I can't wait.
Watch.
The year, it's October. What you talking about? The season starts October, November. We don't even gotta wait a year. We 6 months away.
They're gonna be people because because Jordan is going to sing the praises of LeBron, they're going to say that Jordan is getting paid by Clutch.
Oh, that's going to be so great. I can't wait. Oh, that's going to be so great. They're going to say Jordan is suffering from CTE.
He says Pippen chose to sign. Pippen chose to sign his bad contract. Okay, yeah, but as you can see, the NBA nixed that.
It was only considered bad because he didn't take the risk of finding out what the CBA was going to offer. He took that deal because he didn't know what was going to happen with the CBA in the '92 deal. So he took with the best deal that he could take at that time. He just shouldn't have signed it for 7-8 years. That's the problem.
I mean,
it was a 7-year deal.
When you're from the front office tell you don't sign the shit, you should have taken heed to it. So, it is what it is. He made a mistake. Felt like he had to do what he had to do. Can't blame no man for doing it.
What's his name? Jerry Krause told him to sign it. I know Jerry Reindorf said he told him not to sign it, but
yeah, Ryan. I mean, you know
that works for Reinsdorf too, because in Reinsdorf's mind, I don't know what's gonna happen either. I don't want to have to come out of my pocket now, anyways, because $18 million was a lot of money back in 1991.
Yeah, but you know, Scotty made a move that he felt was best for his family. Can't knock no man for that. So it is what it is. Wasn't a mistake. Should he have somebody look into better? He did what he had to do.
No, but Herm, what Scottie Pippen hoped was that teams would operate in something called good faith. When you want a team to operate in good faith, right, which is a common practice in business, just doing good faith business. When Pippen turns into a superstar, you compensate him and pay him like a superstar. Just because because at the end of the day, I don't think anybody foresaw how good Pippen could potentially be. But once he blossoms into a superstar, if you operate in good faith and you do good business, then what you do is you renegotiate that and you pay him as such. But when you intentionally go out of your way to say, I demand that you play like a superstar, and we're not going to operate in good faith, we are not going to renegotiate anything, why then would you get mad when you have a player who in the offseason basically says, I'm not doing nothing in the offseason, I'm not getting no surgery in the offseason, if my back is fucked up, I'm going to get it fixed on company time, and y'all going to have to deal with that shit then. And when you're dealing with a player that's disgruntled, that's willing to check out with you, check out of games, do all types of crazy stuff, it all stems from the organization dealing in good faith. Because y'all want these players, y'all expect these players to go out there and lay everything on the line. Y'all expect these players to be clutch and do all this stuff. But then y'all don't put no onus on the organization to operate in good faith. You don't put no onus on the organization to do the right thing. But y'all want Pippen to be, when Pippen was by himself in 94, they didn't bring no replacement in for Jordan. They just basically told Pippen, go get the same results as Michael Jordan without no real replacement for Jordan.
There was no expectation for that team.
There was an expectation because every time we talk about Pippen, people say that he choked in 94. When Jordan was there, they say he couldn't get him to the finals. There was an expectation. Pippen was the second best player in the league in 94. And Pippen was the second best player in the league in 94. And let me ask you this. He was the second best player in the league in 94. Was he getting paid? Was he getting paid like a top 50 player?
I'll just wait till you're done, man, because you go keep
all I'm saying is, look, how many times in other sports, since I want to bring up other sports so much, especially it happens a lot in baseball.
Me and Thompson just got up.
Herm, you see this a lot. You're a baseball guy. In baseball, don't we see renegotiated contracts to the good or the bad happen a lot? We even see this in football. When a player, for example, an old veteran guy gets an injury. Hold on.
You see holdouts too, though, Lamar.
Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. What I'm saying is this, Herm.
Baseball is totally different.
Herm, hold on 1 second. I get you with the arbitration stuff. I'm only talking about contract renegotiations. What we see is when a player exceeds expectations, we see teams in other sports renegotiate that deal and pay them more. But we also see in other sports when a player is getting grossly overpaid, and for example, they have an injury and something that's preventing them from getting back to where they used to be, sometimes they'll go to that player and out of good faith, we'll renegotiate. Look, we don't want to waive you. We don't want to just have to cut you, not pay you. Hold on. I'm just giving you an example of teams that operate in good faith. I'm not talking about Herm. Listen to what I'm saying.
No, give us number of NBA team.
Herm, I'm not talking about
because none of them do. So give an example.
Herm, I'm just simply talking about business practices. There was nothing in the NBA that motivated teams to operate in good faith. The owners had all the leverage. The owners could literally do whatever they wanted and screw the players over, which is why a lot of the players from the 90s are broke, busted, and disgusted right now. I get that it's a bit. Hold on, but also in business, Herm, is something called good faith. Because if it's just a business, there are plenty of times in the NFL. Herm, while I'm talking, just mute up, and when I'm done, I'll let you cook.
You ain't gonna be done. I know you.
I know, but what I'm saying is, in sports, there are plenty of times where teams can literally just waive a player and not have to pay him a dime. That business move right there would save the team a ton of money. But what we see is the teams that operate in good faith, that want to keep a good standing and a good reputation with the players, what they'll do is they'll renegotiate the deal, right? Look, okay, we know you can't give us 1,000 yards, but we know you can give us something. We know you can be a vet, so we're going to renegotiate this deal. And because we need to allocate this money in other places. Or if you outperform, they will renegotiate your deal and pay you more. There was nothing in the 90s that motivated teams to do that. Teams did not operate in good faith, which is why you had a whole bunch of disgruntled players everywhere. You did not have loyal players. You had players that were stuck on their teams. This lie that players were loyal, they were not loyal. They were stuck. Big difference right there. And if you want to pretend as if not operating in good faith is good business, okay, well, you can operate that way. You're going to have disgruntled employees. When you look at the Chicago Bulls, everybody was fucking disgruntled. Even guys like Scott Williams on down. From the bench guys to the starters, guys were disgruntled. And it got so bad when Jordan came back, Jordan said, you motherfuckers are going to pay me, and I need $30 million a year. We're going to renew this bitch every time. He forced them to operate in good faith. But if the only player in the league that had that leverage was Michael Jordan. No one else in the league had that type of power or leverage.
Yeah, but once Jordan started doing that, that's when you start seeing niggas like Shaq start getting paid, other guys start getting bigger contracts, trickle on. But if you expect the NBA franchise to operate in good faith, it hasn't happened. Then
they're a bad franchise.
No, that it happens. Period. What franchise?
Tell me a good franchise that operates in bad faith.
That operates in bad faith. Shit, about 26 teams of the 32. You only got a handful that might operate in good faith, bro. It's a business, bro. End of the day, they're gonna do what's best for them at all.
Great franchise that operates in bad faith.
I said 26 of the 32 teams.
No, I said give me an example of a
nigga. I asked you a
great.
Question. You ain't gave me an example of a NBA team winning big face. So till you answer my question, I don't have to answer.
The San Antonio Spurs.
What they do there? What they do?
The Spurs were a team. The Spurs were a team that historically have operated in good faith with their players.
What they do? I give an example.
Okay, one. Let's talk about they operate in so much good faith. Look at what players like Tim Duncan did. Willing to take a pay cut to retain others, right? They were honest with Tim Duncan. The first thing they told Tim Duncan is, look, we can go do this two ways. Hold on. Don't ask me a question and then get mad at the answer, huh? The answer is I'm giving you a team that has shown you consistent greatness, and because they operate in good faith, when Popovich was on that podium, look at every player and there was there to support. There's not a whole bunch of disgruntled players that walk out of San Antonio feeling like they were slighted, cheated, or misled by the organization.
That's what
guys
Wait. You saying a player takes a team-friendly deal? Is the organization operating in good faith?
You didn't let me finish what I was saying. So if you're not really interested in hearing,
I'm listening to you, bro. I'm just asking a question.
No, you're not, because what I'm saying is they went with they came to Tim Duncan with two options. We can give you all the money. We want to give you all the money. You the best dog. You the top dog. We'll give it to you. But there's another avenue here too. It's a lot of good young players here. It's a lot of good young talent we can bring in. If we want to win championships, here's the other avenue. An organization that operates in good faith gives you those options, right? It was one of the reasons why Tim Duncan turned down teams like Orlando when he could have went and built a super team with Grant Hill, right? Obviously, the injuries would have thwarted that anyway. But at the end of the day, the man had significant options. But when you operate in good faith, you have players like Tim Duncan make the decisions that they do. That don't happen if they are a bad faith organization. He would have left and he would have kicked rocks and wouldn't have thought nothing about it. But a team that's honest with you, open with you, not willing to cheat and lie to players, those are organizations that operate in good faith. And they have consistently great results. And they don't have a whole bunch of players running around that are disgruntled.
Except Kawhi. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But at the same time, I think winning cures some of those type of ailments. When you got a consistent organization consistently winning, Tim Duncan wouldn't have did that necessarily for a good faith, losing organization. I think the winning had a lot to do with that, and he wanted to win. So
I'm not just talking about Tim Duncan.
I get your point though.
I'm not talking about Tim Duncan. I'm even talking about the down years right now. When you think about the down years with San Antonio right now, they're having down years, but they are still looked at as a good faith organization, right? When you talk about what they were doing with DeJounte Murray, right? They're still trying to do right by DeJounte Murray. They're actually trying to bring him back, right? When the advice that Popovich gave DeJounte Murray to help mold him into an all-star, right? They did right by DeJounte Murray, which is why he's not running around, even though he was traded with a bitter taste in his mouth with San Antonio. He still loves San Antonio. He even wants to go back. You don't see this with too many organizations. It's very rare that teams will trade a player and you want to go back because they dealt with you in so much good faith.
That's not operating in good faith because the player is willing to sacrifice their own money to, you know what I'm saying, to help out the franchise. That's helping.
Well, I said a lot more than that, Herm. If you choose to ignore everything else that I said, I'm fine with that.
But that's what ultimately happens. So all I'm asking you again, give an example when the franchise operated in good faith towards a player that benefited the player instead of the player benefiting.
The Utah Jazz with Derek Fisher. The Utah Jazz, remember when his daughter had cancer and they actually they waived him just so he could go play with LA and be closer to his daughter. Is that not good faith?
That was good faith. That's a good example. That's a good example.
Have the Utah Jazz historically been looked at as an organization that deals in good faith? Do they do right by their players?
That's a good example.
Oh, that's a good example. They about to trade Lloyd Marketing ass up out of there, but it
don't matter. But what I'm saying is that's your example, Herm. So Herm, now answer my question.
That's a good example. I give you that. Took you long enough.
The question. What was the question for Herm?
No, my question for Herm was, I said, tell me an organization that has a history of consistently dealing in bad faith, right? That has been successful.
You said that's been successful?
That has success. Like, and when I talk about success,
you talking about championships?
No, it's not necessarily about winning championships. It's about it seems things always seem to be trending to the positive. For example, with San Antonio, shit hit the fan for a while, but things were always trending to the positive because they always kept good young talent there. The morale always seemed to be high, and it always just started to feel like they were just a few pieces away, and things are getting better now. Even in Utah, when shit hit the fan and things were bad, right? They brought in guys like Danny Ainge. They start stockpiling all the draft picks. The same with OKC and things like that. So you don't have to win championships, but things just seem to always go right for you. You always have the right players and the right people in the right places. Man, ain't shit going good there, man. And what have they done in bad faith?
Hey, when you say no,
how do they operate in bad faith? Now explain to me how they operate in bad faith.
Okay, for us, how they did their coach, Lionel Hollins. For us, how they did him after successfully doing something that was never done.
I'm talking about with players.
I mean, you said I'm talking about an organization operating in good faith. You ain't preference players. You just talking about.
But what else are we talking about if we're talking about contracts and stuff? We're talking about players.
All right, is coach under contract?
We're talking about players. Everybody's under contract.
You didn't say that with your question, though. You just asked me a question.
Would you say the Lakers operate in good faith?
No, they don't.
They're very successful.
Yes, I would say they operate in good faith.
Okay. A lot of people would disagree.
I wouldn't.
Oh no, wait, Lamont. Though, wouldn't that make the '90s Bulls a team that operate in bad faith but was successful?
It's true
Yes,
too.
they operate in bad faith.
Oh, it'd be your own people sometimes, Lamont.
I didn't say you couldn't have any success. Listen to what I said. I said sustained success. So even when shit like
Bulls
right
did
now,
in the 90s.
hold on, Herm. Listen to what I'm saying. Shit has hit the fan for the Chicago Bulls right now. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong, and there's not a positive look in sight. Nobody wants to play for the Bulls, right? Shit is hitting the fan. DeMar DeRozan wanted out of there the whole time. Zach LaVine wanted out of there the whole time. They got the wrong goddamn head coach. Nobody likes that organization. Nobody likes people in the front office. There's infighting all over the place. Shit has hit the fan for the Chicago Bulls, right? When you're when you operate in bad faith, when shit goes bad, everything goes bad, and you can't get right. Right now for the Lakers, think about it like this. They've had multiple players. Listen to what Herm, hold on.
I just gave you.
Think about the Lakers. Think about this. Thomas Bryant was disgruntled in his role. He didn't like his role. He quietly went to the organization, didn't make a big fuss about it. Lakers didn't let it get out to the media. He didn't like his role. Look, man, I'm not rocking with this role. Can I get a trade? They quietly traded him. Nobody said nothing. They didn't say hell no. They didn't say take your ass back to the bench. They didn't say you was just a role player. All right, you know what? We're gonna put you in a better situation. They didn't even fight with him. They were in there. And then also, if you look at Pat Beverly, Pat Beverly, right? Wasn't the right fit, wasn't the system situation that he thought it was going to be at the trade deadline. Everybody thought the Lakers just traded him. No, Pat Beverly went to the organization and asked for a trade. He asked out of that situation because it wasn't the basketball situation that he thought it was going to be, right? Also, when you talk about operating in good faith, it's also not falling into media hype and media pressure. What have fans and delusional fans been running around? They've been tearing down Austin Reeves. The Lakers have every reason in the world to be thirsty to trade him. What have they done? We believe in you. You our guy. You what we got right now, we're going to get behind you. We're going to rock with you. And they've been rocking with the guys that they rock with, irregardless of what the delusional fans say. That's an organization that got your back.
You can bring up other examples when they traded players that, you know what I'm saying, the fans mess up. You know.
But I want to give the Brooklyn Nets an example.
They was rocking with D'Angelo Russell for a while.
Hold on. D'Angelo Russell went to the podium. D'Angelo Russell went to the podium and said, hold on, Herm. D'Angelo Russell literally went to the podium and said, look, I know I signed a contract that would become a very tradable asset. He says, I understand that element of the business. They're all acting like D'Angelo Russell was boo-boo the fool. That man went up to the podium himself and said, I know that a trade is probably going to be coming because my contract is a very tradable asset, and what they need to be better can only be attained through my contract. He even,
right? He had knowledge of the situation.
That's not bad faith. That's just the organization being honest with you. He knew it, and the organization knew it. That's not bad faith. That's not bad faith.
All right. Well, you just made up a point that they rocking with Reeves and he got a favorable contract. That's why they rocking with him.
Hey, Lamont, here's the answer to your question for real, though. The Boston Celtics in 2017, how they did Isaiah Thomas. They still sustained the level of greatness. They still been winning a lot of games. They end up winning the championship.
How did they do Isaiah Thomas?
The Boston Celtics with your boy Isaiah Thomas.
No. How did they do him? They offered him a contract. He turned it down.
But he was up for a deal. He played at a high level. Had to have one career season.
They offered him a contract.
Sacrificed his body for the team. He sacrificed his mental as well.
Herm, just stop with all the emotional banter shit.
It's not. You said operated good faith, nigga.
Herm,
if you talk operated for emotional betterment,
shut up, Herm. Damn, just shut up. Just
nigga,
listen.
you asked the question, nigga.
I'm not asking no question. I'm trying to ask you a question now. Just shut the hell up. Damn, this ain't Ticket TV. You don't have to argue with everybody. Damn, you don't have to argue. We can have a conversation.
Fuck you, nigga.
I know. You sound good on the mic. I mean, be tough, Memphis. Damn. Stand up, Memphis.
You, bitch.
Go get a gun. Go get it. Go shoot somebody.
You a
Go
hoe,
do
nigga.
something. Go smack somebody on the street. Go get in the shootout or something. Sell some dope. Do something. Or we can talk basketball. Or we can play fake tough. Which one? The locker room will play fake tough with you. I'm not going to do
What was the contract they offered IT?
No, what I'm saying is this right here. They offered IT a contract.
What was it?
I'm going to pull it up for you. He turned it down because he felt like with the season that he was having, he could get more money in the open market. But then what proceeded to happen? Then his injury popped up. And obviously we all know when that injury pops up, that changes things. But the contract was there for him to sign. That's the good move.
What was it?
All right, I'll pull it up.
Shit. God damn.
I mean, you act like
that matters.
Hold on, you act like I sit here and
I didn't say you. I'm asking for you to pull it up, bro. I'm not saying you got it off memory.
And Danny Ainge did say he was gonna be loyal to Isaiah Thomas too. By the way, I hope you remember that point.
Yeah, I don't know if he said that. I feel like you're just making that up to sound right.
The organization was.
Now go pull that quote up. Now go pull that quote up.
Damn, nigga, the internet went out. What
are you talking about?
What's the contract?
Bro, can I pull it up?
No, I'm saying.
Damn.
You my nigga, LeBron. Keep going, bro. You got it.
you act like his news articles readily available on Isaiah
Yeah,
Thomas.
man, they right there, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you got the information, you tell me.
I ain't got it. I ain't looking for it. I get it for you.
Damn, I can't look nothing up, man. Damn, yeah. Every time you type his name, man, you get Isaiah Thomas.
We doing all this because Patrick Ewing had no Hall of Famers in the '90s. Suck. This is what we doing. This is what we doing.
All this because Patrick Ewing was trash.
I don't even know what that brother was talking about.
Oh, he was defending Patrick Ewing and his Knicks. You can't talk about Patrick Ewing like that to no Knicks fan.
No, y'all cooked on that. Lamar cooked on that. I was with him 100%.
There's some sad stats when you look at Patrick Ewing.
No, I wasn't talking about this. Patrick Ewing's a great player. I was talking about the trolling he was doing the brother to get him to, you know what I'm saying, say the same shit, to be a hypocrite. He was just being a hypocrite the whole time.
So here it is right here. It says the Boston Celtics reportedly offered Isaiah Thomas $110 million over 4 years. That was the range Boston was willing to go. Isaiah Thomas, however, was expecting the full 5-year max of $179 million over 5 years. So he turned down the 110 because he was trying to get the full 179 over 5 years. It says Boston waited until the summer of 2018 at the end of the season. But once that happened, his value had hit the garbage can already. They offered him 110. He turned it down. He wanted to push for 150 to 179. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's not a risk in chasing your money like what Jalen Brunson did. Jalen Brunson was begging the Dallas Mavericks to sign him. Them motherfuckers said no. And then next thing you know, this motherfucker having nice playoff games. He said, well, shit. We almost at the finish line now. Let me play this thing out. But sometimes when you a 5'9" guard, if somebody offer you 110, you better have some very smart people around you and don't play around. How many times does Gilbert Arenas talk about when he calls some of these young players up and when they throw contracts out there, he calls them up and says, you need to take that shit because this number is going to only go down from here. Gilbert be talking about it all the time. When he call these young players up, when they put that number out there, you need to take it. Because the only thing that's going to happen from that point forward is they're going to wait till you get injured or they're going to devalue you by not playing you like they're doing Jonathan Kuminga. But when they put a number out there, you take it, right? And you play your cards at another time when you get a little bit more leverage.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. IT situation was kind of weird. They were looking at Kyrie Irving. They didn't want to explode the salary. I thought for what he did that season, and this. Oh, hold on, my bad. Hold on, my bad. My bad. I got a call. But to IT, what he did in that season and was in MVP conversation. I think it was MVP 3 that year or some shit like that. A lot of people getting max contracts that did less than what IT did for that specific season. Granted, he's undersized. Granted, he's this, he's that, but he felt he deserved a max. Would have put him in the $200 million range. So I can see him turning down that contract. And I guess Boston didn't do the wrong thing because obviously his career was in shambles after that. So, was it bad faith? Was it not bad faith? They could have offered him more, I think, but they, at the end of the day, they didn't. But a lot of people think that Boston operated in a little shaky faith. I ain't gonna call it bad faith, but it was a little suspect.
Even if you offer him more, Isaiah Thomas in this situation has had our mind made up. Isaiah Thomas said in May 2017, they better back up the Brinks truck. When you tell a team they better back up the Brinks truck, does that mean they better offer a little bit more, or does that mean you better come with the max? And at this point in his career, Danny Ainge, he said, post the trade, he said there's a lot that goes into a decision in regards to giving Isaiah Thomas a contract. He said his injury played a part, and it says confirming medical concerns were key to moving off of Isaiah when they traded him. But it says the Celtics range, what they offered him was $110 million for 4 years. But Isaiah kept pushing for the full 179 for 5 years.
Right.
Again, now the good faith is, I feel like it's good faith when a team offers a 5'9" guard who's hit his max ceiling $110 million. You don't play around.
Wait.
Take the goddamn money.
You don't think if playing like he played that year, he deserved more than 110?
No.
Pre-injury?
No, because this is not based off 1 year.
No, I'm just saying.
The contracts are not based off. See, y'all think a contract.
No, I'm not saying that though, Lamont. You're saying something I'm not saying.
But think of what I'm saying. Contracts are based on what we predict you to give us for the next 3 to 4 years.
100%. In most cases.
They know his physicals. They've seen him. They know his track record. They cannot pay him for what he already did, which it would make sense. If you want to pay him for having a great year, okay. Yeah, okay, the 179 makes sense if you can retroactively go pay him for what he had previously done. But this is a contract going forward into the future, what we predict you can do. And we also have to predict the fact that you are a smaller guard, you are there is a significant risk that comes with signing you long-term. And because remember, when you commit to him for 179, y'all married, y'all in bed.
100%.
So now you have to say, I believe you're the guy we can build a championship contender around. And so,
right.
So at the end of the day, them offering him 110 is basically them saying, look, you are good. We just don't think you the guy.
You ain't that.
Around.
You're not an MVP 3.
And at the end of the day, it ain't nothing wrong with a team being honest with you. Basically saying, look, the 110 is, we think you can be really good, but we're going to need a little bit more around you to win. But you give somebody 179 at that time, that motherfucker better deliver a championship. Or motherfucker better have some superstar.
Nah, he ain't got to deliver no championship because we see mass contracts all throughout the league.
But hold on. Tell me a superstar hold on. First of all, I don't even know if Isaiah Thomas was a superstar ever.
He was playing like a superstar.
Who in the league today is on Isaiah Thomas right now making 179?
Who is what?
Who in the league today is got a $179 million contract with as many red flags as Isaiah Thomas?
Michael Porter Jr.
He ain't making no 179.
What he making?
How much is he making?
That was over 5 years.
He is getting a max contract. I ain't gonna
Hell yeah. And he had all kind of red flags.
I mean, but at the end of the day,
he is 16. I know, I got you. You asked the question. I answered.
No, I know. I'll give it to you. He got red flags.
Right.
But I said, I don't know if I can find a player in history with as many red flags as Isaiah Thomas. Because
motherfucking Joel Embiid.
No, he's 7 feet tall. That's
even worse with bad feet.
But at the end, But at the end of the day, basketball is a sport that is heavily influenced by height. You can get away. Look, hold on. Look at Mitchell Robinson. That man threw up one of the worst free throws I've ever seen in NBA history. And that man is making millions and millions of dollars. When you 7 feet tall,
that was a horrible free throw.
Motherfuckers, I'm talking about when bro, if I'm 7 feet tall and I'm walking around and I'm not in the NBA, I failed. I failed in life. You should not be 7 feet tall and not in the NBA. It's the easiest millions of dollars you can earn ever. All you have to do is try hard.
But that's not the point I'm making. I get that point, what you're saying, but that's not what the fact was he was playing at an MVP level regardless of what size he is. I understand basketball height is heavily influenced in basketball. No shit. We got all that. Brunson had questions based off his height, so forth and so on. I get all that.
Brunson didn't even take the max. See, that's the thing. They didn't give Brunson the max. They gave him a lot of money. But, I mean, if you think about it right now.
He wasn't playing at the level IT was playing.
Yeah, but what they did was New York gave him a little bump, but they didn't give him max.
No, because he didn't do nothing to earn no max.
No, what I'm saying, all I'm saying is this. Okay, New York went out there. That was another team that went on a limb.
Right.
Dallas didn't go on a limb to retain him at that price point.
That's a bad comparison, only because Brunson had improved that he could carry a team at that point. That's all I'm saying. I get what you're saying. I know New York went to go get him, gave him some money, but he wasn't max player worthy.
He's not getting max, but he's not getting max now.
But he about to, like you said, if New York is going to operate in good faith, he about to get that deal.
No,
because he proved
now,
right? Because he got to prove it. That's my point.
Yeah, but Brunson's done way more than Isaiah Thomas ever did.
Not at the time of the contract, Lamont.
Okay, but at the time he signed his contract, he didn't get max. He wasn't.
That's my point. He hadn't done nothing yet.
Yeah, but he wasn't telling teams to back up the Brinks truck because he did good in the playoffs.
But he didn't have an MVP type season yet. The fuck? Why are we comparing Brunson to IT at that time?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is this: operating in good faith takes two sides of the coin for it to work. The player also has to operate in good faith. I don't believe that Isaiah Thomas was operating in good faith. With the realization that he's a 5'9" guard, and it was going to be significantly hard for the Boston Celtics to build a championship around him at 5'9". But when he tells the team to back up the Brinks truck, you don't give them any avenues to operate in good faith. Because they either have to commit to you as the guy that they're going to build a championship contender around or not. There's no other option there. He told them to back up the Brinks truck.
Right, I understand, and maybe that's bad business. I've heard players say things like that. They, give up the money sign and all that when they, when they have those type of seasons, they're gonna have to pay me. That's been said before, and a lot of times teams do got to pay him. That's just a fact. They want to retain their services, they got to pay him, and they got to pay him a max.
Yeah, Porter Jr. signed a rookie scale max 179. That motherfucker getting overpaid like a motherfucker.
Overpaid like a mug,
bro. This contract. This contract is nasty, bro.
You know how many players can do what Michael Porter Jr. is doing right now in the league right now? You know how many role players on, $10 million contracts can do what he's doing?
Bro, he's going to make $40 million next year.
That's nasty.
That motherfucker's struggling to be the third option. Oh, man.
Right. That was a nasty. Yeah, they messed up with that one. They messed up badly. And the thing that's
what playing the Lakers in the playoffs can do for you. Them motherfucking Lakers will make you look nice than a motherfucker, won't it?
But he's not even a 3-and-D. Like, he's just a 3. He's a decent rebounder and a decent defender, but he's not like that. He's not Aaron Gordon on defense or anything like that at 6'10". I think he should be a lot better. So for them, and then they're not even using them. If you wanted him to be this player, they're not even trying to use him as that player. So why in the hell would you give him $40 million? If you wanted him to be a ISO player, a one-on-one type player, if you wanted him to go get buckets for you, he is specifically just a knockdown 3-point shooter. I didn't get that deal at all.
Yeah, to me, he just looks like an elite catch and shoot player.
Right. He out there being Just an elite 3-point shooter. He out there being DiVincenzo or some shit. Like, what are we doing?
Bro, 40 million, bro, and this is all you getting, man. If I'm Denver right now, I'm trying to find ways to cancel his contract. Shit. I'm operating in bad faith with him.
Man, I'm operating in bad faith.
I'm operating in bad faith with Michael Porter Jr., man. We got to get your ass up out of here.
We try to find any loophole, any clause, any.
Yeah, we got to get him.
Hey, Lamar, you don't think Brooklyn operate in bad faith?
They might. I just don't know enough about Brooklyn. They probably do. If you gave me some examples, they might. I just don't know enough about them.
I mean, they gave us some examples how they treated Kyrie Irving in that situation.
I mean, but a lot of that was forced from political powers outside of Brooklyn. Like,
right.
I think that was handed down from even the governor of New York. So I don't know if the mayor and the governor are knocking on your door, I don't know if you got too many options. Them motherfuckers can control too much with your cash flow.
Yeah, with your cash flow. Yeah, you need a lot of money from the government to run these organizations. Help you out quite a bit with different little subsidies and taxes and all type of shit. So that was a different type of situation with the political climate, what was going on.
But I was looking at how Joe Tsai was moving though.
Is you gonna go to the graduation tomorrow?
I don't think he had a choice, man. When the government come knocking on your door, you got to play ball.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
I don't think they wanted to turn on Kyrie, but
and then said the Mets, y'all good. That was crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you see, but like I say, I mean, I even did a video on what Kyrie said. Like even the little movie thing that he talked about, it wasn't anti-Semitic, but it's just like once you piss off certain powers, once they put their foot down, it's only a handful of people that can push back.
What you mean it wasn't anti-Semitic? Hold on now.
That movie?
That Kyrie was talking about? I don't want to get into that conversation, but yeah, that definitely was.
No. My because I went and watched it, and basically when I watched it, all the movie was basically saying was there's a sect of people that believe we are the Jews of the Bible.
Yeah.
And there's another sect of people,
Hebrew Israelite.
We the Jews of the Bible. So
Correct.
all you have right here is two people with a difference of opinion. Just because their opinion is different from yours don't make them anti-Semitic. They just feel, well, we opened the Bible up, we're reading it, and based on what we interpret out the Bible, we feel we the Israelites. And then you got the traditional Jews, the ones with all the money and the power and influence, they're the ones, they're basically saying, well, we're the Jews. We're the ones still living there, X, Y, and Z and all this stuff. So, but I don't think just because they don't agree that you guys are the Jews of the Bible, it don't make nobody anti-Semitic is something different. I just think that they doing everything possible to quiet the noise of anybody pushing the fact that Hebrew Israelites are real Jews.
Oh, I agree with that. I'm not going to say it's anti-Semitic or whatever. It talks about some things that, the lies that the Jews have that they feel that the Jews have perpetuated and their involvement in the slave trade, this, that, and the third, those type of things. So I can understand the Jews feeling it's anti-Semitic. Huh?
That's just history. I mean, the thing is, history, like, two historians can have two completely different breakdowns, but just because this breakdown is different from this guy's breakdown, don't mean this guy's breakdown is racist. Like all they're doing is putting the pieces together.
No, I understand the Hebrew Israelite movement and what they're preaching. So I do. I truly understand what they're saying. But I'm looking at it from the Jewish people's lens that you are speaking your facts, which is fine. But it's at the end of the day, that's gonna have people's ire pointed at us.
I just think that.
Not saying I disagree or agree with either one of them. I'm just saying how they might look at it.
I just think that what they did with Kyrie. First of all, my biggest thing was it was funny how they targeted Kyrie, but nobody said nothing to Amazon for selling the book. I mean, if it was truly anti-Semitic, then you would have targeted Amazon for selling it. But you get mad at Kyrie for quoting something out of it, and then everybody wants to run. There were people running around saying, "Oh, that's an anti-Semitic movie," because other Jewish people told them it was anti-Semitic.
Right.
Nobody was running around saying it was anti-Semitic because they actually watched it.
Mm-hmm.
When I went and watched it, I'm thinking like, okay, this is their historical depiction, but
right.
They wasn't going out of their way saying Jewish, slurs to, they were just breaking down history the way they see it. That's all I saw.
No, I get what you're saying. It wasn't nothing like, violence and kill and do anything like that.
No.
Which I would consider more like anti-Semitic. But it's their perspective on historical facts or non-facts, however you look at it. So I get what you're saying.
That's what killed me about like different sects of Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
You got certain Christians believe in the Trinity, other ones don't believe in the Trinity. I'm talking about these motherfucking, they going at war with each other. You not a true Christian if you don't believe in it.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. That's why a lot of people are off of organized religion. You know what I'm saying? And some people, ride with it. So I guess it's all what you believe, man. I don't want to get into another religious debate up here.
No, it's not. But see, the difference that I've seen with the Hebrew Israelites is the Hebrew Israelites treat it more like a religion. Jewish people, it's a lifestyle. So
I disagree with that.
Being Jewish, being like if you're from Israel and like being Jewish is, when I say a lifestyle, it is like, I'm gonna tell you the one thing that I've noticed, because I have an Israeli player.
Being a Hebrew Israelite is definitely a lifestyle, brother.
But no, it might be different. But the reason why I say it's different is because, so I have an Israeli player who's Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they know how to lock in together probably more than any other group of people in the world.
100%.
That's why when they lock in together, you fucked.
100%.
Because I'm talking about it. They will go. I'm gonna tell you how detailed they will be. They will look up brands associated with brands that you deal with and cut all of them off. I'm talking about they will find pipelines to cut off that'll help feed you and your family that you didn't even know was pipelines to help feed you, just to make sure they're not doing anything that supports you. But what I'm saying is the way that they lock in together tells me is bigger than just something that you read in a book. This is something that it's a lifestyle that they just live. Like, and it's not, and I wouldn't even say Mayberry, I wouldn't say it's about power, because not all of them are rich, not all of them are famous, not all of them have power, but it's just like an ingrained code of conduct of how we operate together, right? Like sometimes when you hear them talk to each other, oh, that coach is Jewish, right? Like you can, like, I don't know how to explain it, but they locked in together. I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. They
support
they locked in.
Yeah, they support each other to the fullest.
I ain't seen
got money and the power to back it up.
But even without the money and the power, they lock
in.
Well,
that's an important part of it, though, Lamont.
It can be, but I think what helps bring the money and the power is the ability to lock in to that degree.
That's true too.
See, like, so what
goes hand in hand for sure.
How they naturally operate is one of the reasons why they have the money and the power. If they actually have it, they do not. I'm telling you, and the thing is, they don't do it in a way that tears other races down. Like, they don't do it in a way to make you feel less than. They just operate.
That's an argument there.
It can be, but I'm telling you,
that's an argument.
I'm telling you firsthand from my experience. From like, I'm talking about like having long conversations with my player who is Israeli. He served in the Israeli military. and they just lock in, man. They a close knit, and when I say close knit, it's just how it is. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but
Yeah, when you like a teenager, then you get a all expense paid for a trip to the land and where they teach and you learn these type of things and they you know
I don't know if that's true.
I don't want to say
think that's
groom. I'm saying they you know, you learn the customs and the ways. So when they send you back out into the world, you understand that
I don't
this is
think
what it
that's
is.
true. That's not
That
true.
is true.
That's not true.
Look it up.
Bro, I'm telling you, that's a fake. That's not true, man.
Look it up.
Bro, I could just get I could literally probably get him on the panel right now. I don't think it's true.
That they get
No, that's not true.
Okay.
It's not as easy living as y'all make it out to be.
I didn't say it was easy. Who said anything about easy? I was just talking about
it's not all this money thrown around, and no, it's not.
Who said everybody was rich? I didn't say that.
But all these trips to Jerusalem and stuff, I don't think that's true. That's not true.
Okay, look it up, bro.
He says they did it here first. Now Gaza next. I don't even want to get into the Gaza situation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I ain't come here for that.
But
I got my opinions.
No, hold on. My quick opinion on Gaza is it's like basketball. You win some, you lose some. Okay, I hold that L, man. Y'all fighting about it. Y'all can't win, man. It's time to get up out of there, man. Shit. Sometimes you win some, and that's what comes with war. The war is not pretty. War is not fair. And the problem with war is, and it's been happening. It happened to the American Indians when the Europeans came over. It happened in places in Africa when the Chinese and the Europeans went into Africa. If you don't got to,
oh yeah, well,
go ahead. Hold on, real quick. Yes, I just asked him, does Jewish young adults get a trip to Jerusalem? Yes, Jewish young adults ages 18 through 26 often participate in Birthright Israel, a 10-day trip to Israel that includes Jerusalem. Birthright Israel is a free program that aims to give Jewish young adults the opportunity to explore Israel and connect with their heritage. All right, we done with that one.
All right, man. I mean, I could get my player on here.
Just to ask y'all too while we're here, how y'all feel about? Because I think it was a favor type of thing, but how y'all feel about Dallas getting the #1 pick, man?
As it should be. The worst thing that could have happened to Cooper Flag was to send that motherfucker to a sorry team.
Yeah, this puts Coop, and you know the NBA is going to benefit immensely by having a young American Caucasian superstar continuously in the playoffs. It was only the right thing to do for the NBA, like you said. This is, you know, Larry Bird. This is, and I'm not saying he's as good as him. You know what I'm saying? But this is the John Stockton. This is the young American white star that fans can get behind. Because it's not Jokic, it's not really Luka. Those are foreign-born players. Cooper Flag is that dude.
I'm gonna tell you this right here.
I agree.
I don't think Cooper Flag's that good of a player.
I agree with you, Lamar.
But check this out. Check this out.
I agree.
The NBA gonna make sure he good.
Right.
Yeah,
They're gonna make sure.
They are.
Right.
What?
They got to. Yeah.
Because if you think of all the most perfect situations where he could have went, name a better situation.
Man, that's the perfect situation. That's the perfect situation. He got the ultimate live ball. All he got to do is run up there and dunk it. I mean, the pass is perfect, brother. All he got to do is lay that bitch in the basket. So, yeah, they set him up. They set him up to have great success. Yeah, he gonna have to mess that one up. But hold on, no Lamont. Oh wait, he went on mute. Hold on, though. If you feel that's the case, and the NBA has a strong input on how successful a player can be, do you subscribe to the haters that say LeBron is under that same envelope.
No, I agree. Like, so for example, LeBron owned it even a little bit in that interview he did with Pat McAfee, where he talked about, look, you really think it's a coincidence that I got drafted to Cleveland or Derrick Rose to the Bulls? Like, what I'm saying with the NBA right now is very rare that a white, blue-eyed, blonde hair. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about if there was ever an all-American golden boy looking type of guy, it's very rare that this comes along. So the NBA needs to be they need to be bought in on ensuring that he pans out to hit peak potential. Because if you send him to, for example, let's say he ends up in Charlotte, it's a very high likelihood he ain't hitting max potential. They're not going to be in the playoffs. You're going to bury him in dry markets that nobody's watching. But one thing you do guarantee with Kyrie and Anthony Davis next to you, we in all the big games next year. We're going to be in all the big games. We're going to have you on TV. And we're going to be competitive. Boy. And they're going to be overly invested in making sure he has every resource to hit peak. So is there a chance that he won't hit his peak and he'll just be a bum and be trash? Yes.
100%.
I guarantee you that the NBA is going to be fully behind anything that can help fast track his development and make him look better.
More than Wemby, more than
he's American.
More than any of those players, because this is a golden egg, so to speak, for the NBA.
And remember the effect that Caitlin Clark had on the WNBA just by being white, right? There's some weird dynamic right now going on in America where white men feel like they're getting attacked, and so
it ain't weird.
You know what I mean? Am I lying? I'm not telling you the truth though.
I agree with you, but it ain't weird. This is the world we live in, bro.
So what they need is they need to have the NBA needs to Cooper Flag is for them going to be their version of Caitlin Clark, but he can't be Caitlin Clark if you send this motherfucker to Memphis or some bullshit organization,
right?
So
only the best for Coop, man. Only the best. So yeah, he gonna go to Dallas.
Go ahead. Good. I just don't think he's very good.
I think they're gonna prop him up. I think he'll be a good defender. I think he's gonna knock down some shots and make a nice low average of 18, something like that. Probably not on a very good percentage.
Over under points per game next year. Over under points per game for Cooper Flag next year.
I say, like I said, I say about 18, 19.
I got him under 11.
Stop it. Stop it.
I say he average 14. He gonna average 14.
Nah, I say, come on, man. This league with Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving won't be there.
Bro, he's operating in the same space as Anthony Davis.
He gonna get some good looks. Nah, he's a better shooter than Anthony.
I'm gonna give you proof why. I watched Anthony Davis drop 40 points in that last game where they got eliminated.
Thanks.
Gafford and Lively both had 0 points. Nobody else can get off when Anthony Davis is getting his.
No, we're not doing that.
That's a fact. It even happened in LA.
Nah, we're not doing that, man.
Okay.
I say 18, bro. I'm not. I say 18.
Bro, if Cooper Flag averages 18 a game, then we need to investigate
because we overrated Gafford and Lively because of what Luka was doing. So now to say that, they're going to get off with Anthony Davis, of course, they're not going to get off with AD. Because he's not setting them up for lobs and dunks at the rim. Huh?
How's he going to stretch the floor? He can't even shoot the NBA.
I think Ace Bailey will be Rookie of the Year, though.
Bro, Ace Bailey's the biggest bomb. This is going to be one of the sorriest drafts ever, man. Ace Bailey couldn't even beat Chattanooga State, man. These motherfucker running around losing the HBCUs and shit.
Rutgers was losing to everybody though.
What's wrong with these? Why we got these fake ISO players coming out to college lately, man? Nobody that's really earth shattering like solid players. Like obviously, Amin is a very solid player, but he does most of his work in hustle plays. He's not really like an ISO type of guy. Where's the Where's these, Carmelo Anthony's and
Jeremiah Fears might be the best ISO player in the draft right now. Jeremiah Fears is that dude.
what about the point guard that's projected top 3?
I don't know. I only know Jeremiah Fears. I ain't not gonna
You
lie,
talking about
man.
Ron Harper's son, Dylan Harper?
Yeah.
Was the one at Rutgers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trash. He trash. Bro, I have a very simple formula. Tyson. If you can't lead your team to the NCAA tournament,
nah, that's whack.
You lead it. No, hold on. I want you to think about it, Tyson.
All right, go ahead.
Right?
Ben Simmons did it, and it was number 1 pick.
Hold on. Ben Simmons, they were in the tournament. When you look at teams, so for example, I'm gonna give you a player who couldn't get his team to the NCAA tournament, but was a high draft pick. Markelle Fultz. How'd that work out?
That was a whole different situation.
It was?
Yeah, the boy forgot how to shoot, man. If I had a brain
okay. So when you think about it, when you look at it in college, all it takes to propel your team to the top of your conference is one NBA guy. CJ McCullough, Dame, Jimmer Fredette, Adam Morrison,
Steph
all these
Curry.
guys, JJ Redick. What I'm saying is this: at college is very easy to get your team to the top. Just go get a guy that's NBA, and you're gonna be nice. Remember, if y'all remember Carson Edwards, he was a fringe NBA guy. Look what this motherfucker did with a sorry Purdue roster around him. Took these motherfuckers to the Elite 8 by himself, and that shit looked amazing.
Sam Decker.
When I look at no, they had 2. They had
two. They had Frank.
When I look at Rutgers, and they supposedly got 2 lottery guys. They got 2 lottery guys. And these motherfuckers were struggling to win games in a Big Ten conference that was all the way in the garbage can this year. I can't trust these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers don't know how to win.
Bad coaching?
No, bad players, bro. You don't need a great coach to win in college. You do not need a great coach to win in college.
Okay. All right.
Tyson, I promise you, if we give you
I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I'm the biggest college watcher. I'm not. I'm really not I don't have time to watch college hoops because I'm a baseball fan, a basketball fan, a football fan. So I don't watch a lot of college hoops.
Most college coaches don't know how to coach. They most known for their recruiting. If you look at John Calipari, you really think this motherfucker know how to really coach? That motherfucker just know how to recruit his ass off.
Hey, Lamont, Chris Middleton didn't make.
Who's a good coach? Shaka Smart. Who's a good coach in college then? Hurley. Who's a good coach?
My favorite coaches in college is Matt Painter and Shaka Smart. Those are my 2 favorites.
You still need players, man.
No, but Matt Painter's the opposite. Matt Painter can get his team to the tournament, and this motherfucker don't got an NBA player in sight nowhere.
Well, it's a tough balance for college, I think, because at the same time you want to win. You know what I'm saying? It's about getting these players to the next level as well. So a lot of people are attracted to certain colleges because they're looking to go to the next level. So it's not just about, okay, we're going to play team basketball and everybody, you know what I mean? Duke did that a lot and it was successful. But at the end of the day, I think, it's a tough balance. Would you agree?
Nah. Hey, Lamont, I gotta disagree with.
I wish somebody would give me. I wish somebody would give me a D1 coach.
Hey, Lamont, I gotta.
I'm going to win immediately. Hey, one thing I know how to do is I know how to convince players to come hoop for my team.
Hey, Lamont, I gotta disagree with you with John Calipari because some of his best coaching seasons. I thought this past season was one of his best coaching jobs at Arkansas.
You know what? The way they bounced back this year, I'll give you that. But at the end of the day, let's not pretend. That motherfucker brought in a whole bunch of talent. It didn't pan out immediately, but that motherfucker had a whole bunch of 5 stars.
Yeah, but I think that's when he struggles the most to me. When he has too much talent, he doesn't know how to manage it well.
I ain't never heard a coach say that it was a bad thing.
I'm gonna give you an example like 2004, when we won the conference and we made the tournament. We didn't have any real deal superstars. Antonio Burks was our best damn player. And Calipari got that team to win over 25 games. despite of not having those top recruiting guys that he had. Even UMass came out of nowhere. So it's like Calipari.
Bro, that motherfucker had Marcus Camby.
Yeah, but
that motherfucker had like 2 NBA players on that
Juan
team.
Dixon, Marcus Camby, right?
Man, no, I don't think Juan Dixon was at Maryland. Oh, hold on. When John
I thought he said
Calipari was at
wait. Oh, UMass. My bad.
No. When John Calipari was at UMass, that motherfucker had Marcus Camby. That motherfucker was an NBA player, and it stood out like a sore thumb. That's what elevated him.
But I think
we have never heard nothing from UMass. We haven't heard nothing from UMass since they had Marcus Camby. Tell me anything we've heard about UMass since they had Marcus Camby.
Shit, you remember Calipari went to the league immediately,
and he didn't do good because everybody got talent.
Yeah, but
in college, everybody didn't got the NBA guys. That's why if you have one,
I think he had his best though. We don't have all the talent on his roster. That's what I think he could coach. I don't think he could coach with all the talent, the best talent. He could coach when he got a couple of nice.
The last championship he won, didn't he have all the damn talent?
Yeah, but
Anthony Davis and them. That motherfucker had so many 5 stars. He had to put Devin Booker on the bench.
Yeah,
that's a fact. That's a fact. And when you think about it, that's crazy.
Nah, but guess what, Lamont?
You know how much talent you got to have to bench Devin Booker?
Nah, but guess what, Lamont? I respect what he did with Arkansas this year and what he did with that national championship.
Bro, he brought the whole crop of 5 stars. They just didn't look. They had injuries and stuff that messed them up, but they still had a boatload of talent there.
Yeah, but they got a lot of 3 or 4 stars though. They didn't have the normal Calipari type of team in Arkansas.
That's his point. Shit, he said he got 5 stars galore. Like you can't lose with that.
Oh yes, you can. Shit, because
you can lose.
Not win a champ. I'm saying you're gonna be competitive though.
But you always gonna be competitive with 5 stars.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like now, if you mix 5 stars with an elite coach, then you start getting Bobby Hurley's type shit or Danny Hurley's type shit. And you start really like, look, as soon as you gave Hurley all them NBA guys and Castle and Klingon, that motherfucker ran off championships like it was easy. So if you give an elite coach good NBA guys, he gonna fuck shit up.
Mm-hmm.
If you give a mediocre coach NBA guys, they're gonna be really good, but they might not win it.
Back to the topic real quick. What you think Michael Jordan really gonna get up there and say on NBC?
I think he's gonna be overly, even if it's to a fault. I think he's gonna be overly positive of today's errors. I think he's gonna go out of his way to boost guys up.
So you think he's gonna get up there and cap? Is what you're saying?
No, I just think he's gonna come up there, and which rightfully so. I mean, because this is a brotherhood. Like what we seeing out of Shaq and them with the negativity,
Byron Scott's
is rare.
Tim Hardaway.
They going against the code. Like you could even see it sometimes. Like when we talking with, like that's why there were so many NBA players trying to get Gil and Kwame to stop beefing.
Right.
It's just like, bro, this the brotherhood, man. Like, come on, man. What's going on? And that's why they were. And that's why ultimately, Gil just said, "Fuck it. I'm just not going. Even if he talk about me, I'm just gonna kill it because it was just too many people saying, look, this is just it's a brother. Like so." I think the brotherhood's going to rule out. I think a lot of people want Jordan to go up there and kill, but I think Jordan is going to stick to the code, man. I think
I think Jordan is one of those guys. I don't think a lot of people ever paid attention to Jordan like that because if they did, they will understand when it comes to the game of basketball itself, Michael Jordan respects it. So he always, give players in the past, and he always did give a little praise to whoever they ask him about. So, like you said, I think he's gonna be a professional amongst it. But I think in some aspects, he may call out some of the media members. He may call out some of the former players that may do.
Bro. Jordan got too many skeletons. Like, see, once you get into the media, you. Everything is on the table now for conversation. He can't get up there and say nothing about a player off the court because now, look at the shit we be finding about Jordan off the court, bro. That man's gonna play nice.
But the people that got stuff on Jordan, they probably waiting on anything because that's how they're gonna get, they fame. So I don't understand why they would play nice, even with him playing nice, they're gonna find something he said to
I'm
bring
talking
it
about
out.
other media. I'm talking about other media. I'm like, so for example, like,
okay, but does that matter at these days? Because a lot of the reasons why we having this player, back and forth is because of the outside media, is because people are listening to the YouTubers, the TikTokers, the Twitter feeds and whatnot. I think a lot of that and this new social media era has fueled this debate.
I'm gonna give you an example, Lamont. What if Jordan just after Blue just call out a Kendrick Perkins? What you think Kendrick Perkins gonna do?
I just don't see George. See, that's the thing. Jordan been operating so smooth for like these last 20 years. Jordan ain't like, I just don't. He's not dumb. Like I feel like everything he does is calculated. I think
why would he even do this, man?
I just don't like. That's the thing. Like,
you know what I'm saying?
I believe he's doing it because he has one goal, and I believe is what he said. We gotta progress the game forward. I think he's all the way bought in on just getting everybody just get back to just being basketball fans.
If that's his goal, I think that's real commendable. If that's the real goal, or if that's what he's sitting up there and going to do, then I think that's commendable. Because, like you said, this shit is toxic, bro. Everybody comparing this person and that person off one playoff game, and that's why he's not Jordan. And it's ridiculous, bro. It's really nuts. Like I don't know, man. People not even talking real basketball. They're such hypocrites on. Like you said, Patrick Ewing and how great he was, or Charles Barkley on how, these 90s players, they could do this and do. Like, what are you talking about, bro? These people have massive failures. They have games that, didn't show up. You know what I mean? But they only won because they only didn't win because of Michael Jordan. Motherfucker, they didn't even make it to the finals half the time. What are you talking about? Like, they wasn't even in the Eastern Conference and wasn't making finals. So you can't blame it on Jordan. Karl Malone made it twice in 20 years?
And that's all I'm saying right there. Like, all I'm saying right there is we just got to get back to just talking basketball. Like, because when Jordan played, the shit was so fun to watch because fans was real fans. Like, I loved it. Like, I loved it when I saw Reggie Miller doing the choke sign to Spike Lee. That shit was fun. Like, that shit was exciting.
That was amazing basketball.
And that's what I'm saying. But that's when fans was real fans. Like, they gonna go down with the ship for real. Like,
man, I was out my seat at home. I'm not even an Indiana Pacers fan. I'm not a Knicks hater. I'm jumping up and down watching that as a little kid. Like, oh my God, did he just do that?
Am I tripping? Remember, I don't know if some of y'all remember. It was like, if you was little, like 4, 5, 6. I don't know when y'all started watching basketball. There were some games I would watch, right? When fans was really being fans, when that shit have you like the bubble guts watching the game, like you really nervous and shit, like you super invested in shit. Like, I'm talking about the rest of your day ride on who win this game. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like that shit. Like, now motherfuckers win and lose games. Well, shit, fuck it. I'm playing the game. Fuck it. I'm about to go live. I'm doing some other shit. Like, I don't care.
When my Lions, I'm like that till this day. When my Lions lost to the Redskins in the playoffs, man. Y'all take them kids and y'all go somewhere, man. Get up out the house for a little bit.
That's because football fans are the last real fans left. They the last real fans left, man. That's it. Like that's the reason why football will never be defeated in the U.S. because they got real like fans of like they will go down with their team. And when their team is up, boy, I'm talking about you can't say nothing to them.
Can't say nothing.
But right now, I'm watching the Lakers surpass every expectation we had on them this season. They fans is running around, trade this, man. This shit is bad, man. I'm like, motherfucker, y'all lucky to be the 3rd seed right now. This is the best it's gonna get.
I never understood that dynamic of LeBron comes to my team and I just hate him. Like, it's players I don't necessarily like, but the hate for LeBron, it goes above and beyond, bro. Like, I don't like Draymond Green. You know, I think he, asshole. He does dumb shit on the court. He's toxic. But if he comes to my sons, bro,
I'm with it. Yes.
yeah, I'm with it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Oh man, the energy he bring, I'm gonna be talking him up. You know what I'm saying? Like, he does the dirty work, he blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I just don't get how the hate for LeBron runs that deep that you can disown your whole organization that you've been riding with for however amount of years. That you just can't stand him at that point. That's nuts to me.
Because they never was real fans. That's not a real fan. The team always supersedes the player if you're a real fan.
Right.
It's always about the team. You might hate the quarterback of the Lions, but if that motherfucker leads you out to the playoffs, you rocking with that motherfucker, man.
We rocking.
That's we real fan. But we don't have no more real fans. We got a whole bunch of complainers. So I think if there's anything to complain about this new generation, is that they are kind of sissified to that degree when it comes to how you cheer for your team. I mean, I'm talking about man, oh man, it's kind of nasty how they cheer. So
right. Yeah, it's different, man. I don't know what caused that, and I guess it's all based on the LeBron Kobe debate. You know what I mean? That has fueled, and the NBA has profited off of that. So they're gonna push it too, no doubt. But it's just it's been a gift and a curse to the league.
No, that's true. But Tyson, I'm about to shut it down, man. I got to get off here.
Yeah, for sure, man. Salute, man. You have a good one.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you pulling up.
Yep.
Hey, y'all, FYF Sports, man. Good show today. Make sure y'all check out that article on Michael Jordan and what his intentions are when he comes to NBC. It was a good read. As y'all can see, Jordan fans were very resistant to the information, man. We got Jermaine Barry says LeBron MJ debate. Kobe was never in it. Yeah, I agree. Kobe was never in the top 10 until he passed. People just did a lot of coping. They hated him when he played. They spent so much time hating him when he passed, they had to over elevate him just to make up for the hate. That's all. And it shouldn't take a player passing for you to rank them properly. Just rank them properly. That's all. But salute to Autism Boy in the chat, man. Salute to Najee, the chosen one. Everybody that stuck around for all 4.5 hours, man. Like I said, we meant to shut it down around the 3-hour mark, but we always keep cooking. So salute to everybody that stayed. Salute to everybody that hit the Cash App. I think I got everybody. It was H-Town Black, and then it was also salute to R.I. Is it R.I.? Yeah, R.I. Harper, number 2. Appreciate you pulling up. And then with the super chats, who do we have in the super chats? Oh, yes. We had Najee, the chosen one, and Ricky E245. He says, happy belated birthday. Then we had Najee, the chosen one of the OGs of the channel, always coming through to support. He said, in LeBron, we trust, man, with his typical go-to statement, man. He hit us with the crowns in LeBron, we trust. Salute to Najee, the chosen one, as well. Coming through with the support for FYF Sports. Make sure y'all keep supporting, man. It's much appreciated. Y'all been killing it with the super chats, the donations as of late. We're going to be back live tomorrow. Not particularly sure of the topic, but like I said, the goal is to keep these lives more frequent. Make sure we're giving y'all consistent content. And that's the biggest thing here that we're trying to do here on FYF Sports. But look, y'all, make sure you subscribe, right? If you haven't done so already, if y'all watching, right, hit that like button, y'all, right? Please, because when y'all subscribing and y'all hitting those likes, man, it's definitely helping with engagement. I'm seeing new names and new faces in here every time I go live, and that's really the ultimate goal, just a slow growth, just grinding, building over time, and then hopefully we can build this thing back up to where we consistently going live when we have some of them crazy lives and them crazy debates rocking and back up and going. But it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news. But until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.